Hello, and welcome to episode 34 of Pinnacles here on happyjacksrpg. Coincidentally, the finale episode. You can check out all the previous episodes at happyjacks.org/pinnacles. And I fucking double dog dare you to start with this one if this is your first episode and watch in reverse.
Oh no.
And find all the secrets I've left if you watch in reverse.
Go full Memento.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, full Memento would be watching from both the beginning and the end.
I'm going to speed through this part. You know where to find the previous episodes. I'm Jason. I'm the GM. Whatever the fuck. Content warning. We got content warnings. This gets violent and shit. We use safety tools. You should too. Players, we're joined by our friend Joe. Joe.
Hi,
welcome
everybody.
back.
Hello.
Who are you? What makes you famous?
My name is Joe, and I'm famous for being America's heartthrob in this game only. Everybody loves Brian.
And in my life.
And hey, yeah, that's true. That's very true. And that's why I'm famous.
Yeah. And you play?
I play Brian with an H.
Woo!
And it's good to be back. I love you all. I've missed you all. I'm so stoked to be back for the finale.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So stoked to have you.
Pooja.
Hi, I am Pooja. I have had the great pleasure of playing Sapna, the Sonic Sneak. Brian's biggest fan.
Yes.
Chainsaw.
I'm Chainsaw.
Oh, so sorry, you're Enge.
Yeah.
Playing.
That's real.
Yeah. I'm Enge, and I'm playing Chainsaw, and this being our finale, I figured I would read all of his names if nobody
please,
minds.
yes.
Yeah.
Do we have an
Bring
extra 10
it.
minutes?
Yeah, we do.
All right. Francis Frank. Middle name Leslie or Izzy. Mackenzie or Mac. And then his superhero name, Sentinel. Chainsaw is his biker name. Alpha Patriot, his old superhero name when he used to be the Heartthrob before Joe.
Yeah.
Kid America before he went pro. Captain All the Names, which somebody threw out there one time.
Yep.
Soul Hunter Chainsaw when we were in that one universe.
Oh, right.
My AKA for when we were on the station, Dennis Menas.
Yes.
Mank. I don't remember why I was Mank. And in Aldgate, I was Alpha Sorcerer.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, Breaker of Chains, Lord of the Andals, and the First Man.
Yes.
Yes.
Eli.
Oh, yeah. And I punch things.
Hector does not have so many names, but is also a telepath that uses mind powers.
Wait,
Ah.
hold on. You got some other shit last time.
Oh, he's a werewolf.
Yeah.
No.
Werewolf, telepath on the weekends, whatever.
Yeah.
He's vibing with it, you know?
That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
And hi, I'm Sarah, and I play Kit, the biokinetic lightning zapping flying freak. Yay!
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. So we're going to get Joe in here soon, but I want to pick up where we left off last time because Hector, well, do you want to do a quick recap for us?
Yes. Yes.
You don't have to.
No, I've got it. I'm going to do it really fast this
I
time,
can
okay?
speed
So I'm
run
going
one,
to go
too.
through a lot of...
Okay.
We're going to leave
All right,
details
3
behind.
seasons.
Okay. We were
Go.
in different worlds. We got new powers in those worlds because we were zapped right into a place where our doppelgangers were. And then we got those powers. I don't know if you just heard them. That was them. Then we got punched into swapping with each other's worlds. And then we got right back into the world that we were in before, where the power source was that we were trying to destroy. We got a scientist on our side and then ran up to confront Lindsay. We are
Well,
still
you
confronting.
went to the elevator.
Yeah.
The elevator
That's what
dinged
we're
open.
doing.
And there was a bunch of Derricks in there.
No.
Except for
No.
Hector, who is in the room with
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Hector was trying to negotiate with Lindsay to try to, intimidate her into handing over Rise Corp. She demurred. She was disinclined to acquiesce to your request.
She was like, "Oh, there's so much more going on than you realize."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Something like that.
Something evil.
Something evil and
Basically.
dumb.
She said,
It does seem like she's not good.
No, I think she might
Right.
be bad.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
Womp,
She's definitely
womp,
bad.
womp. I'm
Wait,
an
what are
evil
you
womp,
basing that on?
She's like, we can eliminate entire worlds. I'm a good person.
So,
For money.
you all are in sub basement level 3, right? Which is the first secret sub level basement.
I thought they got up to my
We
floor.
started on
We
3, went to
did.
2, and then 1.
Oh, that's right.
We
You
are
came
on
out-
level 10.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Sorry, sorry.
There.
Yes.
You came. You were in the elevator. Elevator opened, and there's all these guards on
Yeah.
level 10. They're like, "Bro, get on the ground."
Yeah.
Okay.
They're guards.
So,
Garden.
that Hector, you can hear this
Mhm.
out in. I mean, Lindsay's office is like a quarter of this floor,
Yeah,
right?
because
It's
he's
like-
still in werewolf form.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And you hear the ding and the get on the ground, and I don't know what you all might be saying in this situation.
You get on the
Is
ground.
there a puddle of water on the ground?
I'm just gonna-
A la
I'm-
Bioshock?
I don't think so.
Ooh,
I would like to
wait a minute.
sonic bowl for
Okay.
Magic.
Derek.
Okay. All right.
Summon water.
Yeah. I mean, we can. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen here. Actually, let's do.
We're a little goofy with it today.
I went to the Ren Fair yesterday, so it's a different Enge today.
You know what? Let's do a fun flip thing. Let's.
Hopefully guards.
No. I,
for 3 hours.
Decima as the guards.
here we go.
My name is Derek. What's your name?
What? We look a lot alike. Is that weird?
You
My
can be
mother's
like-
name was Martha.
Ruined.
Anyway, what are we flipping?
I want you to pick up some dice, everybody.
Yay.
I picked up all of
Or
them.
just-
Oh, I got 10 right here.
What
the
it's
core
called.
cast.
You're gonna need dice equal to your sense score.
Okay.
Fuck.
Alrighty then.
And I
Where's my
use
sense? There it
XP.
is.
Oh, I opened Dion's character sheet by accident.
You like the 1950s musician?
You know, Dion, who was here for one episode, that might be the week you were gone.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I got some willpower.
Me too.
Nice. I got
Tens?
some knives.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to reroll?
You want to? Don't spend willpower on this.
Because I didn't get shit.
That's
Love
fine.
yourself.
That's fine. All right. Best roll.
2 tens.
2 10s.
Okay. Who has the higher sense? Okay.
0.
We're doing this is like a fake initiative roll. All right. So what you wanted to blast everybody?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
gonna go bowling for Derek.
Let's roll your power. Yeah. You're not sure if they're all Derek's because they have like face masks on, and there's all this like.
But they do all have
Right
name tags
here.
that say Derek. So.
Well, they all have barcodes.
Oh no.
I feel like something I can read it.
Yeah, I was going to say Sapna could probably read the
Oh, read the barcode for sure.
Yeah.
Do they all say Derek?
Well, do you want to read their barcodes, or do you want to blast, or do you want a multi-action?
Well, I'm gonna
Rude.
go with the 4 tens to blast them. I could multi-action to.
That I will charge you willpower for if you want a multi-action.
No, it's
Okay.
fine.
Because there is information there. It's not nothing, but
I mean, if it's not just throwing a willpower away, then I will spend the willpower and multi-action with my 2 8s.
okay. The tens that get out there, kablam. There's like 12 people out there, right? So what you've got with your 8s is that this barcode is like, yeah, I'm Derek, and I'm Dare, and I'm Eric, and like without the D, like and
I'm Irk.
there's a bunch of like fake IDs, basically, as if they're all different people. But then buried in this barcode information is this like encrypted, like, oh, here's this person's like DNA register and why they are different versions of like what variation was done to this
Oh,
Derek.
boy.
Yeah. And they're like different genders and sexes, and there are many Dereks.
Oh,
but
Rise is progressive.
Yeah, evil, not
Not
monsters.
evil.
They're evil. They're not
Oh,
monsters.
Lawful.
Evil people can acknowledge people's pronouns, and you know.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
Listen.
Um,
Yeah.
Okay. So that is some information you have that they are, in fact, we were kind of joking about it before, but we had not confirmed it. They are labeled as clones. So
I'm gonna let Kit know because if you go in there and start futzing,
Oh no.
okay, now you turn that guy to dust by accident,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, it's just something to be aware of. I'm not saying
No, no,
you're
no.
gonna
It's
turn them
not.
into dust.
Hey, turn them to dust. I think it's a like, hey, don't get in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's a hey. By the way, they're all clones. I know that this has been difficult for
Yeah.
you.
Now, but something I want to establish just so we're all on the same page, because I know you as characters all had conversations about not wanting to kill and all this. So in my mind, as your GM, I think clones are people, right? So that is killing.
Yeah.
If that happens, I don't want that to be like, oh, I got you, killer.
No.
You know, like they are clones, right?
Yeah.
But
So they're not undead.
right. They're not undead. They're not mindless robots.
No,
They're
100%. That's why Kid has been like, I don't want to get inside
a
you
little
because
fucked
I
up,
would
yeah.
rather not turn anyone to dust
just,
today.
just
And-
wanted to make sure we're all on the same page with that. They are sapient beings
And
with
that is-
hopes and dreams.
Yes.
And that is why I'm letting you know.
Yes, yes, yes.
Like no more accidental poopy.
Yes. Yeah. That was a genuine accident, but
didn't mean it.
somebody died. So, okay.
Now just electrocute him.
Chainsaw.
Aye.
Did you want to do create water, or were you doing
No,
something else?
that's fine.
You can.
We were just talking about doing that with the electricity.
Yeah, but I don't think I can control electrocution to give them a light zap. So
Yeah, no, I think
think
I'd
that's
rather.
mine.
I mean, that would be based on your role.
that's
mean-
true.
Well,
You
Anyway.
do have control. You are a pinnacle.
Yeah.
Sonic blasts them. You Sonic blast them.
Yes,
And
and they're
then-
like like some of them are flying through the air, some of them are skidding across the floor, slamming into the wall. That none of them are fully knocked out. It was 2 10s, right?
4.
4 10s. Okay, that's fine. They have padded armor. They didn't take 10 shock and 10 killing.
It also has penetration 3.
Okay, great. It did, but even if they took 4 shock and 4 killing, they're not knocked out.
No,
Right,
I'm just
so-
saying.
And there's a
Th-
dozen
Thank
of
you.
them.
Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. And they are in disarray, at least.
They're mid flying through it. They have this really great movement power that I really haven't delved into very hard. What if I ran out there and tried to group them all together to
Walk me through
handcuff them.
what you're you mean like with your telekinesis?
what if I grab, and put
Oh.
them all in a pile
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
to try to I dogpile them all on top of each other so that they can't actually
Okay.
do
Let's
stuff.
let's roll your movement power then. Also, for the listener, we have done a significant upgrade for the finale here. There are some reasons behind it, but we are essentially 450 point characters
Wait,
at
what?
this point. Well, some people got here on time and some people didn't. Sorry, Eli. I'm sorry. But nobody had enough time because I realized that 5 minutes before we went live, and it wouldn't have mattered if you were here on time. Nobody had enough time to deal with this information. So be aware, we're smoothing out some things in the background here because it's the finale and we want to go big. Everyone wants to go big.
Yes.
I got 3 8s.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're already in disarray. You grab everybody into a pile?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Yep, done. What was the next
Practically
best
get
roll?
trapped. Me.
Oh, yeah,
Lincoln
you're third.
logs.
Yeah, Jesus. Right.
Now fuse all their bodies together.
No.
Okay, so what level are we on again?
Body horror level.
10th floor.
10th floor. And this is where Lindsay is supposed to be,
Yeah,
correct?
there are like 3 huge like CEO level offices up here, and then
Alright.
the other quarter of this floor is like the the lobby and the conference room and the all that shit.
Cool. Okay, are there any who are not Lincoln logged currently?
Well, I mean, he got them all. They're
Got
all
them
in
all,
a big
they're all
big
Lincoln
pile.
logged.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to. I was gonna like maybe do a distract, but if there are none left who have not been,
Well, they're not
summarily-
out and they're not stuck there, right? You have piled them up and they're like, whoa, they're like trying to get out of the pile.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah. The thought is that it'll be a lot easier to like zip tie them all together or something.
For sure. Let me pull up my sheet real quick, and then I'm going to
In the process,
teleport.
can we also have like Kit is like lifts up off the floor a little bit
Yeah, just like that 1 inch off, just like
Yeah.
what's going on?
with the toes down?
Yeah.
Oh, and is Heather in the elevator?
Yes.
Okay, I should roll for her too.
There we go.
Go,
Heather
go.
I'll just
Vines.
have her go after Hector.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just going to, wherever we are in the room, I'm going to teleport to a different part of the room that has something that looks big and important, and like zap my fingers and be like, oh, I'm gonna get it. To try to like get them to be like over there so that the rest of my party can hoof it to where they need to go.
So you're trying to draw.
I'm doing a
focus.
distract, yeah.
Okay. Let's roll.
Amazing. So that is 3-2. Oh dear God. No. I'm gonna reroll. Wow, that's maybe the worst roll I've ever done. That's better. 3/8.
Okay. Yeah, so the ones who are managing to disentangle are like, well, what are they doing? And, you're doing a thing, like things are sparking that aren't supposed to be sparking, you're whatever.
Yeah,
it's a very
I'm
effective.
just like,
distract.
6 inches off the ground.
Yeah.
Starfish. Like,
Yeah. Lights are
I'm gonna make a
flickering, and
problem.
there's like a couple computers over there. They're like, I don't know, am I being scary? I don't know what to do.
They're over 9,000.
Yeah. You're going like medium Saiyan, and then
Yeah.
We're not super, but we could be.
we're getting there. Yeah. Okay. So Hector, you hear all this going on out there. Lindsay also hears what's going on. Was she still like Hulk form? I think.
She had went to 0 willpower.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And then she was saving her base will for
Yes.
who knows what
Yes.
to be eaten.
Okay.
Om nom nom.
Okay. So she's in human form. She's looking mighty winded, but hears all this just massive noise and not really. An explosion. Yeah. So, what do you do?
Her thing got broken, right? Her I can get out of here button.
Her Her panic button.
Yeah. My friends are here. And your options are very limited.
What do you want to do in what a combat round would afford you?
I think he's talking because he thinks that he may not be able to control himself.
Okay.
He's a werewolf.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want to communicate to her,
Basically, like,
or get her? What do you want her to do?
just basically get ready to be taken into custody.
Surrender, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna do an opposed roll.
Okay.
So you go ahead and roll your.
Telepathy.
Yeah. I'm going to.
Be rude.
I'm going to burn a base will
Mm.
to give myself willpower and not be at that massive negative anymore, and get to use my full resist ability. Ooh, that's not bad. It's all right. I have a 5 of a kind.
I have 5 of a kind too.
Ooh.
All right. Do you want to keep it or do anything with it? Because it is so. In this case, actually, I don't think the width matters that much. It's just my highest value, and with the wiggle dice that I have is like 5 of a kind. So the height matters more. It's not really about who goes first. You are being intimidating, and she's trying to resist it. So, the height of your roll matters more.
the height. Then I will stick with mine because it's 5'10".
Oh yeah, that would be the thing. Anyway, there's no other thing to decide. Yeah.
I just wanted to be dramatic, Jason. It's a
Ooh,
finale.
yeah. I realized I could make 5 8s or I could make 4 10s. And I realized I should have made 4 10s based on what I just explained, but you're still
Yeah.
more. But technically her 4 10s would break you down to 1 10. If I'm doing this the way I just explained that you should. So I think we're at an impasse to do this, which is fine. It doesn't mean you don't really there's no negative effect to you, except she is not surrendering, right? Like she is still...
His brain is like, I'm trying to save your life.
Right. And I want you to roll your telepathy and get 8s or better. Well, answer me this. Do you want to roll -2 dice or do you want to get 8s or better?
I would... Well, technically, I have it because I have 3 wiggle. Right?
Yeah, so I need to make sure you don't, I don't want to take away your wiggle dice, but also this isn't something you should just automatically get because it's a really difficult thing to perceive.
Okay.
So either I have to tell you, even if I tell you you have to get 4 of a kind, but that is the most ridiculous difficulty. That's not something, this game gets wild.
I mean, it does feel like at this point.
You know what?
Do you want me to make a stability
Hold
roll?
on.
Because I got shitty dice.
Hold on. It's not your telepathy you have to roll because you're in her mind.
Okay.
Right? This is more of a scrutiny check based on access to information that you have. So, I would like you to roll scrutiny, please. And you either need 8s or you can roll with -2 scrutiny.
Oh.
How many dice do you have?
You don't want to talk about it. 6 dice.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the -2 doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah, 4 is
But
manageable.
also 8s don't feel that bad.
Yeah.
We all do.
You can do it. You can do it. We
Might be
Believe
we're
it. We're going
You
for
might
8.
be
We're going for 8. Come
on,
man.
man.
Power on this?
I'll let you buy loose dice, but not hard dice or wiggle dice.
Yeah.
There's just no way to guarantee this understanding.
Pair of 9s.
Right.
Yes.
So you are
Yeah.
getting in there and you are pushing thoughts around. You're trying to get her to forget her resistance. And there are so many techniques you have to get somebody to agree so that they'll calm down and you can not have to fight them. But there is something non-biological in her brain that is rerouting stuff and you'll wipe out this resistance and then it's restored from backup. And it's like you're chasing around no, I just did that. What? It's like you're trying to push water uphill and it keeps refreshing or resetting. Something is working against you.
Okay.
To actively do that, but it is not her conscious thought that's doing that.
That gets relayed into the brain. The brain chat finally turns on. I
Yeah,
think?
yeah, because everyone's here and you're no longer in a power dampening scenario because she wants to have her powers on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'm trying to get her to submit without fighting her, but she's resisting me. And I think the mind chat is a lot different than you guys have ever heard it. That it's a lot more primal.
A little feral.
Yeah, and feral and there's this sense of just intensity and instinct of he's really holding himself back.
I love this moment. I'm sorry to intrude on it.
Yeah.
I saw a great TikTok that was the next time some dude is telling you he's an alpha male, the best response being, is that a furry thing?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yes.
I'm not into that. So
That's great. That's actually great.
Yeah, it's funny.
because then he has to either say
That's really good.
no and he knows what furries are, or it's a fucking trap. You get them.
Get 'em.
Okay.
It's a very odd reaction from Sapna to be in this mind chat because like there is a part of them that is like a new part and an old part that have been melding and making friends.
Yeah. Sapna's a little bit feral too.
Mhm.
It's like
Blood is in the air.
you're like me.
Yep. Yeah, that is an interesting thing too from Kit's point of view. Sapna's not undead in a literal sense, but there is a part of you that needs blood
They're
now.
giving off some weird vibes.
Right.
I'm like, ah.
Right. Like your
I mean,
your
so is
biological
Hector.
needs have shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
Like personally, I like the vampire lore where they can't eat or drink normal food
Mhm.
and they have to have some blood. I don't think you have to like murder somebody to get it, you know, but whatever. I don't know.
Very
I
only
will
lovers
eat
left
these
alive.
powers if I can't eat or drink anymore, though.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. That's fine. We'll just
Sapna's
say you
favorite
also
part,
need blood.
That's awesome. Sapna's favorite part about living at the lodge is Chef.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Can Chef just make a bowl? Okay, never mind. All right. So
I mean, there's blood sausage.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's
Yeah.
a lot of recipes that use
Look
like
first.
animal.
it,
Yeah.
but it's I,
I
think
mean,
it's human
Kit
blood.
could probably
I think
make a
it'd
bowl
be
of
human
blood.
yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of it. Anyway, the 10th floor
blood
scenario
bowl.
is
Be better friends.
is playing out, and there is this sort of silence that comes over the space. There's even all of you have this experience of the scene slowing down, and the sound gets like extenuated? No,
Stretched.
attenuated.
Nice.
And this is in the office, in the lobby, all of this. And you're aware that you and everything here are kind of moving in slow motion, right? You're like, what's happening? You know, it's the sloth scene from the DMV. But from the ceiling, there is, and Hector, it's going to take you a second to get this. Well, I'll get there. From the ceiling in the lobby, there is just this rip in reality. And it's sort of this glowing black rent in the air above you. And these sort of globby, again, glowing black, like, well, you know, like ultraviolet kind of imagery. These globby, flattened out, round, they look like blood cells, come flying out of here and just en masse, like when you see the oh my god, I'm just losing all my words today. In Doctor Who, the exterminate guys.
The Daleks.
Yeah, the Daleks. Like you see them like coming out of a thing, and there's just like a huge swarm. I guess I could have just
A
said
portal?
bees.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
whatever.
Swarm?
Yeah, it's a
Like
swarm.
what bees do.
Yeah, a thing that all of us have seen. But they're you know, these look like the shape of a red blood cell, about 3 feet across maybe, and they're like hovering and like swarming out of this rent in the ceiling, and just slamming into people. And like lots of different things happen. Like one of the Derricks like gets up and starts to get away and puts his hand up, and it goes and just like his arm disappears. And he falls back, and it's just like it just deleted his arm.
Jesus.
And there's no blood.
Yeah.
It's just that part of his arm's gone. But other people get hit with it and get thrown against the wall. Some of them are getting carried off through like smashed glass, but they're also coming after you. And a bunch like the door to the office bursts open, and this swarm of stuff comes in. And the thing you get, because you're already in her head, was, how did they find us? So,
Run for it, Marty!
At this point, I am going to do a flashback.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Once upon a time, you all were tracking down the CEO of your local Rise Corp at the hunting lodge he
Yeah.
was supposed to be at. There was a moment where it seemed like this could just be a normal espionage scene, whatever. But then ye old two times showed up to start a fight. Didn't go super well for him. And then Brian showed up as well as the fight continued. That fight, it was not clear which way it would go, but in an effort to ensure your side's victory, your friend H. Brian tackled E. Brian, his alternate, as E. Brian was attempting to escape, I think, at that point. And the three of you who were left there had a moment of confusion. And when we came back, you were in an Old West version of alternate reality, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're going to come back to that in a second. Joe,
Hi.
you grab on
Mm.
to E. Brian,
Yes.
determined to keep him from hurting anyone else.
Yes.
He punches, you wind up in some other scenario,
Yeah.
right? You're
Yeah.
in the cyberpunk universe.
Yep.
I think was right next door at one
Mhm.
point. He is hitting you, and you can feel the adaptability of your power trying to adjust. Like, okay, yeah, I'm strong enough to like not get hurt by his fist, but there's like something else that's coming with that. Like what?
Yeah.
There's all this extra power around him where he is bending realities and punching through alternate dimensions, and hitting you with that power is increasingly overwhelming,
Yeah.
right? And he is just pummeling you world through world through world. Just actually this was annoying, but when the Millennium Falcon was hyper skipping
Mm-hmm.
and through a bunch of those, which is not at all how they've described hyperspace, but it's fine. I'm not mad about it.
Kind
Someone-
of like in Constantine when you're
I haven't seen that
pulled
one.
through.
Mm.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
where
yeah. There's so many of
skip
those
The gate jumping. Yeah.
where you're just
Yeah.
skipping through
Yep.
realities, and each one is like elbow to your neck, and then you get a jab into him, but you can feel this kind of losing
Yeah.
cause. He is stronger than you, and the one thing you can do is try to absorb, but you can also feel like each of these like reality altering punches is also hurting the environment around you. Not the like trees and the birds and all that. It's hurting the fabric of
Yeah.
reality.
Yeah.
And a way to protect that, to protect the fabric of reality, would be for your adaptability to learn how to absorb some of that power.
Yeah.
And the absorption of that lessens some of what Brian can do, and it changes some of the way you change. And finally, Brian is able to dislodge you
Mm.
because you are disoriented by the changes that
Yeah.
are happening to you.
Yeah.
And you find yourself slipping between worlds, away from Brian. And pretty soon, you find yourself in what looks a lot like the Green Lake we started in.
Mm.
It's just a very, Earth 616 similar,
Mhm. Mm-hmm.
kind of the stuff that we're used to seeing.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
It's not the Green Lake we started in.
Right.
It's not any of the ones we've been to. It's not like a specific reference to anything.
But it's
it is.
familiar.
It's a very Earth-like
Mhm.
experience. Who knows what little thing is different here, but you find yourself there, and you find a function of what's happened. Your ability to adapt has been overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Right? part of your adaptability was, I need to be able to, in essence, you realize that his punches are working crosswise to reality, right? He's just hitting the wrong way and is punching through and getting through because he's so powerful. But if you just like went with the grain, he could have a much easier time of doing what he's trying to do. And you were directly opposing him, and then realizing that if you came at it sideways, it would like disarm some of what he's doing, but it also sent you slipping through realities. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, we know from a time that we were able to observe Brian, I don't know if you caught this episode, but we had a moment where somebody got to look over your shoulder for a minute, and Brian was making torpedoes.
I got you.
And
I know the moment.
Happily greeting people in a line and was like doing his best.
Yeah.
You know, like
having
a pretty good time there.
I've got it. Mm-hmm.
But then not too much later, well, I mean, who knows, for H. Brian, time's a little, you know, he could get into it. Like, did a year go by? Was it a month? I mean, who knows?
Right.
That question will be significant in a little bit. But there's a moment where you feel a ripple through reality as something goes off. And you know that E. Brian has been killed, which was not an outcome you ever wanted. You were trying to prevent it. You know, your friends didn't want to kill anymore. Like, that's not what we were trying to do. I don't think H. Brian knew that E. Brian had been captured.
Yeah.
But in this moment, you are flooded with everything that E. Brian knew and had done, and all of the powers he had absorbed that are now in you. And with that, you have a sense of the dozen or 15 or so other people in the multiverse who now have those memories and powers as well. And it turns out when somebody is killed in the interstitial with no one there to receive the powers, they go to all of the alternates. Everywhere. Now, there are only, well, actually, let's say like 10 or 12 Brians left that E. Brian hadn't murdered. What is your mission in that moment?
Can I do a quick moment of just Brian's days at the sandwich shop, the early days?
Yeah.
He gets up from the crater that he lands in, and the first sensation is rain. This is significant because Brian has never been able to feel rain.
Oh, right.
He looks down, his skin, his human skin is exposed. His suit is retracted. His willpower is at 0, mechanically speaking. So his powers are not active. And he's feeling everything. He's feeling a bitter cold, the wetness, the rain, the taste of it. This is all new to him. And it takes him a while. But because where he is so familiar, he finds like a familiar looking sandwich shop. It's called Tony's. He walks in. He feels at home. A familiar but different face greets him. A woman's face.
Tony.
Yeah. Months go by. What feels like months. With Brian, it's hard to tell. But we see Brian, his human hands cutting, making sandwiches. He's got a customer in front of him. He's always got this thing where he's asking, how's your day been? What are you in the mood for? No, really.
Mm-hmm.
How have you been? I need to know so I can make the right sandwich. Ah, you need something bold, something strong, something no nonsense. You need a chainsaw. Spiced mustard. Rosemary. This will pack a punch. Oh, yes. You need something subtle, but only in the beginning. Something that sneaks up on you and then blows your mind. You need the silent scream. Yes, Wasabi.
Yeah.
Oh, next. Yes, you. Ah, a refined palette. Complex. Multiple things, all building on each other. You need the classic kit. Yes. Yeah. Here you go. Oh, and for you. Yeah, you're like me. You need the torpedo. I've been waiting for you. Not many can survive a torpedo. And that goes on for a while, but he has memories of his friends and he's made peace that he might never see them again. But when his powers come back, he knows he's got another life. He's got friends, he's got this whole other place calling to him. And he's feeling he can maybe find a way back now.
Yep. As your powers come back, they come with the adaptability, the toughness, the strength, all those things, but they also come with this side slip ability,
Yeah.
right? And you know, partly you can feel it because you know there are other Bryans who are confused and hurt and scared, and that you could be there for them, right? And they want you to be there for them. And you can feel the directions, you just have to pick a direction. And you know that you can be there. And that the way you will get there is in harmony with the way the universes work.
I walk out the door, I flip the sign to closed, I look back, I wipe a tear, and I nod to Tony, and she nods back, she just whispers, "Go." And I think back to all those punches I took from Brian, and how he'd scream, how he'd summon all this rage, this force, and I gather that up in myself, and I start bringing that in, and I yell, "Dimension walk."
And you take one perfect step.
Yes.
And you find yourself in a Brian's world.
This Brian's world is quite similar to ours. You're on the West Coast, but instead of in Seattle, you're in what looks like San Francisco. But things are a little bit more advanced than you would say on the, Earth Prime.
Mm-hmm.
A little brighter colored, a little more flashy.
Mm.
A lot more hover cars.
Mm.
Yes. And you see out of the corner of your eye when you first land, you're in a park where a science fair is going on.
Mm.
And there is it looks like this guy is probably in his mid-20s, and he's helping the kids set up their projects and
Mhm.
doing all this stuff. And he turns to the person next to him, and it is a kind of probably 6'5", so round, so soft,
Yes.
so blue.
Yeah, I love it.
And on, you see the person next to him brings up, and it's like, seems to be going well. How are you feeling today? And kind of projects a little happy face, neutral
Aw.
face, sad face.
Oh.
And the younger guy looks at it and he's like, and he wants to lie. You can see he wants to lie. He doesn't lie. He kind of presses the neutral face. And this large, blue, so soft person opens their arms and envelops him. Says, "It's okay."
Brian just watches this scene unfold, and he gives it a moment, lets them have their embrace, and when it's finished, Brian just kind of walks up stands next to you, and I think there's just a moment of, we now both have the memories of what Ibrahim did. And there's a silence that says so much as we stand there for a moment.
And I reach out my big, squishy arm to you.
I press the crying face,
Mm.
and
And
we embrace.
we embrace.
And we add Baymax Brian.
Yes, Brymax.
Brymax.
Join the chat.
Primax. That's great. I'm gonna go around this way to me. You make another slide, not necessarily with Primax, but like in you're gonna meet up later,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And you slip to the side, and you know that you're in the world you met your friends in,
Hmm.
but you're in space. In fact, you're in a little spaceship the size of an RV. And Black Hole Brian is sitting on the edge of the little cot that he sleeps on. Looks up, he's like, good. And picks up his backpack that he had already packed,
Mm-hmm.
slings it on both shoulders, and adjusts, like, I think he's not wearing a super suit, but he's wearing like a t-shirt and a hoodie, and like the
Nice.
lines of it are just like Brian's super suit, accidentally,
Mhm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
but pulls you in for a big hug and says, okay, where to?
We have to fix this. We have to find the others.
I agree. Okay. Well, I'll see you there.
Do you have a way to get there? Do you know how to do the dimension step?
Yeah, I think we all do.
Good.
But I need your help because I want to bring this with us, his like spaceship, right? I'm not sure I can bring it myself, but I think if we go to my universe, there's a moon base that nobody's using. And I think we could make good use of.
A moon base. A moon base.
Yeah. The Mooneritos are incredible.
Mooner. Say no more, friend. We have a base. I'll gather the others. They'll be happy to hear.
All right. So you and Black Hole Brian work together to slip his RV spaceship.
Oh, by the way, this is now the Brian Initiative. We're the B team now.
Got it. All right. You slip to another world.
Very much like the Seattle you recognize, but a lot more overgrown and a little bit kind of tropical, but there's still streets and cars. And as you kind of walk out onto the street and you start looking around, because you can kind of feel, you know, that pressure, somebody's close, and you see you see a ball, thump, 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 out into the street as these kids come running to try to get the ball, and there's like this bus coming right towards them, and just before you can move, you hear super move, and this like orange fuchsia streak comes up, grabs these kids and puts them all onto the sidewalk, and the bus, which has started to careen and is about to fall over, you see this come there, and there's this like 7 foot tall simian-ish covered in this orange hair that is like swept back behind him, and the tips go to like this fuchsia color.
That's cool.
As he kind of and puts it back, and his limbs are long, and he picks up the ball and he goes to the kids and he goes, watch for buses, kids. And he like hands them the ball, and he goes, oh, hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
It's like, I thought I was gonna get somebody coming to visit me soon. How you doing?
We've had better days. There's not many of us left. We'd
Yeah.
love it if you could join us.
Hey, that sounds great. And he just
Bring
like,
it in.
yeah, puts these like
Yeah.
extra long arms
Yeah,
around and kind of
yeah.
like,
Yep.
oh, that's a good hug, man. You know how to hug.
Yeah, you too. I like the girth. I like the just enough pressure, not too much.
Yeah.
Enough to know you care.
A lot of people don't collapse their shoulders and like bring it in.
Yeah,
Like, they
yeah.
just
I
stand
like that you
stiff.
don't let go too soon. You let it linger for just the amount, just the
Still
right
hugging
amount.
during this
Yeah,
conversation.
In the middle of the street with the bus just sitting there looking at us.
Yeah.
And like all these people are kind of like similar creatures. But the thing, like the hair comes off like where the cheeks are, leaving this face that is Brian's face.
Yeah.
But
And
it's
we
like kind of a gorilla, bro.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think we just rocked there for a second and
Yeah.
just like, this was nice.
Okay. And you also meet up at the moon base, and you slip again.
What you come to is a planet where only thing you get a sense of is just cold wind, and the landscape is just pure white, and there's nothingness, and there's just like a storm, and you see like different technological levels of Tony's torpedoes built in snow.
Whoa.
And then
Okay.
you
Like
see
snow sculptures of sandwiches.
no of like buildings,
Oh, buildings. Okay.
and
Like different versions of Tony's.
and then you can just see like a form. It's metallic, same height as Brian, just standing there covered in snow, just like gazing, like lost in itself.
Brian reaches into a coat jacket and pulls out a small sketch pad. And he just flips through pages, and it's just drawings of various Tonys. And he just stands next to you and says, I do the same thing sometimes.
There's so many that have been lost.
Too many. But I always remember what Tony would have said. All the Tonys. We can still make it right.
We will make it right.
I'm Brian with an H.
Looks over. I'm Wee Brian.
Yes, you are. We have a moon base.
He, or they, there's some like sort of recollection going, and then you see like starts going into the snow, and then starts crafting the moon base like this.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Will you join us? There's so few of us left.
We have to make it right. And then gently puts it down. Doesn't want to hurt it. I have not moved in a very long time.
Let your brothers carry you.
You hear like a mechanical, like shifting, like under the skin, of like it's starting to like who knows how long, how much time has passed since anything was ever done with this with Wee Brian. And then, so I just walk like this, and then that's when the gate opens and steps through.
And Brian kind of just walks with a hand around the shoulder together. Oh, that was mine.
We know.
I love it. Like so, he's like robotic, right?
Mhm.
But like kind of silvery, all that stuff. I imagine it's like super high tech, but the body language of Iron Giant. Of like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Amazing.
And there are many slips. You find many places, but there's one more,
Yeah.
particularly notable.
From that very cold place, you slip into somewhere decidedly more hot and humid. And as you look around, you see just a Seattle that is filled with flora and megafauna that has been structurally grown and built into the approximation of buildings where normal Seattle would have concrete and glass and stone. This place is like masses of vines that have been swirled up together to make something as strong as a wall.
Yeah.
And
Like a concrete jungle without concrete.
yes, you look to the left of you and you see a very familiar shop, but on the sign it says Try Tony's, and then on the roof
TRI.
TRI Tony's, yes, Try Tony's. And
Some people come in saying, "Is this Trinity's?"
no,
Uh,
no,
It's
Try
fucking
Tony's.
isn't.
Get it right. And on the roof of this building, which is again built out of the greenery, you see someone sitting with their legs dangling who looks actually for a moment almost exactly like you, snacking on a sandwich until he reaches up to scratch the back of his head. And you just see this like
Oh,
wing
yeah.
that connects from the thigh to the
Nice.
wrist. And he kind of just takes a bite, looks down at you, and says, "Took you long enough."
Sorry, there were a lot of us to find. And I could use something to eat, if I'm being honest.
Well, we've got plenty of that. Jumps down and kind of like floats down and hands you a sandwich and then a hand.
Yep,
and
yep.
says,
Shake the hand.
I'm Brian with a P.
I'm Brian with an H.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Amazing. Do you wanna get a
Brian's
bite
Brian's
before we
always surprised. What are the odds?
wild? I was similarly surprised. I just didn't expect it. Yeah, I listen, I'm ready to go wherever.
Well, we could use that chipper attitude. It's been a dark time for us Bryans. We need to keep our spirits up, energy high, and get ready for a dimension step.
Amazing.
All right. There are about a dozen Bryans assembled, as the saying goes, and we'll come back to that in a moment.
Nice.
Oh, the Brian.
Thank you, everybody, for
That was
indulging
so
me.
good. It is so
That
happy.
was so good.
For the three of you, sorry, Hector, I have to leave you out of this moment here. The other three of you, there was a moment where you found yourselves in an Old West, standing on a concrete thing that had been just lifted and deposited here, trying to figure out what to do next. Couldn't get in touch with Dr. Light right away. Found the local Dr. Montoya, because it's the Indigo universe. Never been more proud of anything in my life.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Look, I'm proud of myself.
There 2 times was the 6-fingered man.
Yes. The when now let's see. You got there and got in touch with your Dr. Light pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Because that Dr. Light, Dr. Montoya, was already kind of like, oh
Oh,
shit,
looking
I know
for you.
what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to back up just a little bit. So, you finish that fight. H. Brian tackles E. Brian into another world. They're gone. You blink, and you're in a space you don't remember being in. You're standing in the interstitial. What you know now is the interstitial. You then didn't know. You also know when you got to the Old West, your friends thought you'd been missing for 2 weeks.
A week or 2 weeks, yeah, some long period of
Let's
time.
say two weeks. This is later you. Current you just knows you lost your friend Brian, right? You find yourself standing in this infinite white space. And this figure greets you. It's incredibly good-looking, androgynous Pedro Pascal type. Just as a, just to pull an idea out of the ether.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and they say, this is going to make more sense later, but will be a friend of yours. So I figured we could start now, because later we'll want to have been collaborating. So I just want to give you a second to think about, as your narrator here, I wanted you to think about the place you were in at that moment, everything that had gone wrong, everything that you lost, everything it took to get where you were. You had been powered down to be at the Rise Corp undercover. You powered them down.
I just turned myself up to a 9 too.
Yes.
And the chainsaw almost died.
Mhm.
Yes. And when you're here, you can feel, not that all of your wounds or injuries or whatever are healed, but they're on hold, if that means nothing, but you know it to be true. And this figure in front of you says, you're going to need your help, but you're going to need to go help you in a way where you don't see you. Okay?
Am I dead?
Let us out. Let us out. Let us out.
Oh, yeah, you're not in anything. You're in between. This is going to make a lot more sense in a little while, but I can't let you know it yet.
We all die?
No, dying doesn't really mean anything.
Maybe not to you.
Oh. I acknowledge the limitation of my perceptions. Which is like a
Cool.
whole weird sentence that is actually one of the most sensible things Interstitial has ever said. So,
If we
you
do whatever the fuck you're talking about, does it mean we get Brian back?
Brian needs your help. They need your help.
Okay.
So, the big black donuts, hit them real hard and don't let you see you.
I think Kit just like falls to their knees and then gives a thumbs up. Far away look in their eyes.
All right? You find yourself, the three of you, kneeling in the Dropner Station Rise Corp courtyard out in front of the, like, far away from the 10-story building, right, that we all now know, but you all wouldn't recognize at all. You find yourself standing on a space station looking up into space in a very strange environment. None of you have traveled to other worlds yet?
Just
Yeah,
the
I
one?
don't think so.
Yeah, I think at that point,
because we haven't gone to the Wild West place
yeah,
yet.
like
Yeah.
you
This moment,
knew
right?
that was a thing that was possible, but no one had accomplished that
Right.
yet, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know that you've traveled worlds. You also can see streams of these black blood cell looking things just harassing people on the streets. You can see people in matching Brian-esque uniforms also popping in to like grab these things, slam them on the ground, laser beam them, whatever. What does then you do?
I don't have a lot of powers at this point.
No,
I'm
that's
a 9.
true. That's true. Oh, and you can all feel the incredible pressure of having a double here.
Without
Or
knowing
multiple
what that
doubles.
means.
Yeah.
I'm
double
gonna-
for you.
Yeah.
I think I've
Trouble.
just
Trouble.
been like expanded out to being able to just feel everything everywhere all the time. So I think just by nature, I'm gonna like try to connect to this weird blood cell thing and feel what it's doing, like feel its biology.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. That's my
Um.
first move.
Okay. Let's roll it.
Sure. 3 10s.
Oh yeah. Okay. So you know, these are supposed to exist in the outerstitial. These are the okay. The outerstitial is interstitial's guts,
Mhm.
right? It's not a different person.
Yeah.
It's like their insides. Okay, and it's trying to fight off intruders,
Yeah.
and it's decided this is where the intruders came from.
Cool.
So most white blood cells don't leave your body to hunt down the flu that attacked you.
But they're special.
Yeah.
They're special.
But that's what's happening,
Okay.
right? This immune system has left the body to find the thing that attacked it and wreak vengeance.
Okay.
That's metal as hell.
It's very
That
well,
is
right? That's helpful. That's helpful because this kit can still be like go.
Yeah.
Suppress immune system.
Yeah, because the problem is, but they're insensate, right?
Right.
Like they're not intelligent and they're
No.
just murdering people.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's not good.
It's fine.
And
no, not that
interstitial,
fine. It's fine if I fight.
right? Yeah, interstitial asked you like, hey, put those back where they belong,
Yeah,
right?
those
Or
things back where
get
they
get
came
rid
from.
of them or put them back.
Mm-hmm.
This is bad. Like
Connecting to blood. I do that all the time.
yes. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome.
Sapna. What's then Sapna?
Well, then Sapna just knows how to do 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
And that is scream real loud and punch shit with their blackjack.
And I think you got turned back up at this
Yes, I
point,
did.
right? Yeah. Okay.
So if interstitial wants us to put them back where they came from, do you have a target? Do I have a target?
Oh yeah. So that like rent that the now use all saw in the ceiling, there's dozens of those, right? You can see these rips even against the blackness of space. It's this like ultraviolet glow. And you could just wing them back through there.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a sense that like that's gonna do something. They're not gonna just come back out. Either you could like try to destroy them, break them, whatever, or wing them back through. And they're not still pouring out.
Great.
Okay, there are these openings. There are hundreds of them that you can see. So yeah.
I'm gonna corral them back into I'm gonna herd these cats back into their pen.
Okay.
But I know that if I just do my normal like scream, that's kind of obvious who I am, yada yada. So I'm going to also like mask it as like whatever there's got to be some kind of emergency announcement going or something like
Mhm.
that, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna use that, and that's just gonna get real loud for a second.
Just bend that sound around. And okay.
Mhm.
Great.
Nice.
Great.
Super cool.
Then chainsaw.
I don't remember if I have my Citadel powers yet.
Joe, do you remember chainsaw getting blaster powers?
Mhm.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
so that was the
Oh,
one then.
Because
Yeah,
they
right.
came through. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
they came to
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, I want to kind of fly up and try to use my Aegis power, my shield power, to like gather them
Mm.
and shove them back.
Scoop
Where
a
they
bunch of them
belong.
up. Yeah. Okay. Great. Let's have both of you roll. Sorry, I had you roll your thing, right, to like
Yeah,
understand it a little bit
Mhm.
better. Let's have you both roll a power with whatever dice is on your sheet now is fine. You're not going to remember this later.
This never happened.
2 10s.
Okay.
3 9s.
Okay. This is great. You are crushing it. I guess actually I should roll I'm going to do this as, rather than our regular initiative roll, I'm going to do a resistance roll. So what did you have?
10s, 2 10s.
Wait, I can count. Yeah. Okay. Sapna, you are on top of that problem. What did you have?
3 9s.
Well, I got 2 10s, but that doesn't go first. So yeah, you... Wait. damn plus. Oh, it's a 6. It's a 6. Okay. I thought it was 3 10s, but no, it's 2 10s. Stupid invisible dice. Solid dice only. Yes, so you also scoop a whole bunch up in your Aegis shield and like just shove them back through the portal. There's still dozens of these things flying around. But the three of you are also greeted by the like comforting, upsetting, disruptive presence of several Brian-ish people moving around. All right? None of them are flying because Brians don't fly. But they are doing all kinds of weird shit. You can glide.
Get me on a high enough place, and
Yeah.
oh baby, I'm going.
Yep. Just don't go too high on the space station or you'll be in space.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of people moving around with like Brian's, equivalent of like super suits and stuff. But you don't see H. Brian here. You see Brymax, Gorilla Brian, Robo Brian, Dino Brian.
Brunky. That's
Oh, Bronchi? Okay. Bronchi Kong?
Yeah.
But they all are distinctly like, that's Brian's uniform, right? And at various points, you have the opportunity to be like fighting back to back with them. And you manage to get a bunch of these blood cells put away or destroyed or do what you need to do. And at various points, Brian's are showing up like, okay, this part's clear. I need you to come with me because I know who you're supposed to be. And like individually, each of you have had a similar conversation to this.
Yeah.
You are whisked away with a Brian sideways to some other dimension.
Jesus.
What's up?
It's just. I'm just imagining, like, you just lost a very close friend of yours, and then you get whisked, and a person who can, like, read bio signals is just, like, getting a migraine from their brain, being like, Brian! And then
Yes.
one's like, let's go! And they're just like, okay.
Yep.
It's also like suddenly everyone's cosplaying the friend you just lost.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a reason this was deleted.
yes.
Seriously,
Yep.
so traumatizing.
And I want to have a piece in there where but maybe you're even being told like it's okay, Brian's with us.
Yeah.
You know? Brian's in a better place now. The moon.
At an estate
Which
on
is
the moon.
cool as hell.
Yeah.
Do you know we have a moon base?
Brian's on the moon with
Yeah.
Steve.
I want. Can we have it so like maybe it's Bronchi saying, "Your Brian had to move on. We couldn't bring him with us. He
Yeah.
wanted to be here. He really did. But he's in a better place now. He's
Yeah.
happier there."
It's the
Fucking
moon.
kill- I feel like at that point, Brymax would have to
Yeah.
be like,
Brimax knows how to speak to Sapna in a way that makes sense. Like, is able to read Sapna's body language and be like, oh, wait, let me explain.
it's like,
Oh.
he's okay.
Yeah.
There's a moon base.
Yeah.
It's
Also, I am Brian. He's Brian. We're all, yeah. There's a whole, yeah.
we are Bryans together.
Yes.
Would you like a hug?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
But we do have a scene where each of you has like been to half a dozen worlds independently with a Brian and like fighting these blood cells that are popping out at sites where Rise has set up base in all kinds of places. And when you do this for a long time, for days, maybe even a couple weeks, you find yourselves working one-on-one with a Brian, or sometimes you've come together as pairs with a couple of Brians and whatever. You're not always with the same Brian, but like you're with the Brian Initiative,
Mm-hmm.
taking care of stuff, doing what you can.
Saving people, hunting things.
Yes. Before finally the interstitial pulls you all back in and says, all right, that's the amount of time we can displace. Go home.
Fizzing.
Yeah. Oh, and also, you're not going to be able to remember this right now. I'm sorry. It'll upset too many
Mid
things.
scream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're in the Old West.
Amazing.
I've been waiting to use that gap for so long.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my god. So then it ties back in. Oh.
I love it so
Fuck.
much.
Okay. That's dope.
Back to our regularly scheduled invasion.
Mm-hmm.
We are battling what remains of these dark blood cells on the space station. You are in a pitched battle. There are cells all around. You're battling them in lots of different ways, trying to either destroy them or get them back through portals. And in the process of this, Brian, you know, most of your team is taking care of stuff, and you have been made aware that your then friends
Mm.
are also being ushered around doing what they need to do
Mm.
so that you can go to your now friends
Yes.
and
Yeah.
be helpful to them.
Yeah.
And you slip into place in the 10th floor of this building in the midst of chaos. And you have a moment where everything has stopped around you.
Mm.
I want to get a sense of this tableau, of this like absolute the mayhem. And the guard, like the derricks are alternately like trying to deal with these things and then maybe see if they can, I don't know, net gun some of you or something. Like it's havoc. Some of them are just running for their lives. There is this pitched battle. She's spent her base will and she regains her Hulk form, and it's werewolf versus Hulk. So
Dope.
that office, like that wall is like smashed open, and all of you can see werewolf versus Hulk and like everything else that's going on with these dark blood cells just winging around the space, punching holes in walls, and so sometimes just dissolving a piece of the wall. Like, who knows what they're gonna do? They're pretty dangerous. So the tableau is this of
Yeah, can we all give like really brief descriptions of like what our characters are doing in this tableau?
yeah.
moment?
What is this? What is your freeze frame?
Freeze frame. I think I'm like, I've just grabbed one of these things and I've like hucked it at a Derek who's pointing his gun at me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
flying
Yeah, okay.
backwards.
Cool.
Yeah, I definitely see Hulk like this, and then Hector's werewolf like this, and like it's basically
Arms
like
out
a
and-
blink,
Yeah.
and like they're like immediately on each other. Like that thing when Brian shows up is like the blink happens, and that's when it pauses.
Okay.
But they're basically just about to entangle.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kit is like a few feet up in the air. In one arm is holding the Derek whose arm got deleted and is
Oh, yeah.
in the process of regrowing the arm, while with the other hand is
Little
trying
baby
to
on it.
usher like these platelets back through, like
Okay.
just connecting into them.
Yeah. That Derek is in shock and just letting him grow his
just
arm.
limp. But
Yeah.
that's why I was like, yeah, I can help this one. He's not gonna do shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think you'd be in less shock to have to lose an arm in a normal way.
No, yeah,
Right? That's
to look
upsetting,
down and
but
be
like
fully
Yeah.
healed, just gone.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
right, like it was never there.
Yeah.
Which is like, wait, what?
Let's
Like,
get that back.
I
for you,
remember
bud.
having an arm.
Uh-huh.
I want to say on my back on mine, I'm also like using my other hand. I'm using one hand to huck the one cell at the Derek, and the other one I'm using like to shield and gather up a lot of these things
Sure.
too.
Okay. That's a cool freeze frame.
Yeah.
Subna?
Sapna is on top of one of these giant, like, because they're big, right? Like,
Well, they're like 3 feet across.
great.
Yeah.
As like has leapt on top of one of them and is in the middle of like swiping their claws. What?
Yep.
When did that happen? At one of the Derricks, who has their gun pointed at Kit's back.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm
As
distracted.
Kit's like trying to heal this Derek.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and we'll have a Heather freeze frame as well. Heather has also grabbed onto a Derek to use him as a human shield versus another Derek.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see her full, like, kind of final form that she's let out. She has an extra segment of arm, like has two elbows, and all of her fingers have an extra joint. As she like wraps around this Derek who was trying to hurt her,
Yeah.
and holds him up as this other Derek is firing these like stun pulses, and we could see the pulses like stop midair as she like holds this guy up, and she is taller than before. She still only has one set of knees, but is taller. But her arms are a little too long. Her fingers are a little too long. Oh, and you may not have heard. She also has, so she controls plant stuff, but also now has like insectoid appearance.
Oh, okay.
Right, and
okay.
so has these long dragonfly wings.
Oh, okay.
And her eyes are like black, multifaceted.
I think we decided that they were multifaceted, but then were the color of her eyes.
Yeah. The I think blue of her eyes, but they are like eyeballs in an eye socket with eyelids and
Right.
everything. But
Insectoid vision.
yes,
Got it.
yeah, and they are just a different shape. now.
Okay.
So that's part of her whole
Okay.
thing. So I was gonna give her an antenna, but I wasn't sure if that would feel silly or not. So
Like
I didn't.
Mantis vibes.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of like that, but without the antenna. Okay, did we get a freeze frame for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Brian, you know you can't do anything about this until you fully step into the flow of what's happening here.
Yeah.
But you just have to finish that step. So where do you want to be when you finish that step to engage with this moment?
First thought in Brian's head is this the wrong dimension? Because Kid is flying,
Mm-hmm.
and Sapna has always been terrifying,
Mhm.
but is now even more so.
Sure.
I don't know who this person is.
Right. That's true.
So he's like, but he decides to trust it.
Okay.
he
Well, I will tell
decides-
you have a whole suite of powers.
Yeah.
Now, you have all of the powers that Brian had absorbed.
Mm.
Now, some of those include little stuff, like kind of the low-key version of what Kit could do, of
Right.
like identify,
Right.
right? Or, I don't know, there can be
Yeah.
a whole mix of things.
Yeah.
The one thing Brian never got was the ability to fly.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's, but other than that, there are a lot of things. We know for a fact he has some sort of like flamethrower thing. He's super tough, super strong, fast, but not the Flash, right? He's fast. I forget, there was like a number of things that he's shown, like maybe earthbending kind of thing. I think we did some of that. That was why the chunk of concrete in the parking lot, maybe, whatever. There's a ton of stuff. He killed a bunch of Bryans to get these powers. And so all those things are at your disposal as well.
Mm.
All of the Bryans have that, plus their original ability. So that's something to consider. For the most part, Black Hole Brian is staying at home on the moon.
Yeah.
That's also his home dimension.
Mm.
And he is so worried about his power going out of control
Yeah.
that he's
Yeah.
like, I'll be the guy in the chair here with
Yeah,
Steve.
yeah.
Remember that one guy who stayed behind with the cats?
Mhm.
He's like, I've got books and cats. I'm
and
done.
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Books and cats and books and cats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, one friend? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to have a friend. This is enough.
Mm.
This
From-
place
on
is
Tuesdays
big enough
from
for
3 to
two
5.
of us.
Yeah.
Steve is like,
Oh.
sweet, will alternate the morning shift on Phoenix.
Right.
Mm.
Right. So yeah, Black Hole Brian is the guy in the chair, like
Yeah.
managing all of the Brian comms.
Yep.
And for the B team, and
Mhm.
is
He's our beekeeper.
Yes, yeah, the beekeeper. One of the Bryans made him a little like the headband with the boingy thing. He's like,
Yeah.
I don't want to wear it, guys. Is it cool if I don't? And all the Bryans are like, yeah, man, don't wear it if you don't want to. But like,
You could just like tape it to your monitor.
yeah, he just has it like behind his screen there, like
Yeah.
attached. Because Bryans don't like to feel silly,
Never.
They're serious beings. Okay. So,
So I have to decide where I want to fully enter the time stream.
yes.
Brian wants to be everywhere for everyone, but he can't. He sees everybody fighting, but Kit is the one person trying to help someone else.
Mm-hmm.
He also sees projectiles coming Kit's way.
Yeah.
We see Brian is now in his version 2 suit, which is a bit more like bulky, more armory. If you're a miniature painter, you take like a dry brush with some steel and just brush it over him. Got that little battle worn kind of look going on.
Yeah.
And he's gonna stand in front of those projectiles. And when time is about to sync up, he readies himself, takes a deep breath. Don't hurt my zebra friend!
This is good. Do you come in facing Kit or facing the blasts?
The blast.
Okay.
Which are coming at my back, I
Yeah.
think you said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this very familiar voice behind you.
Yeah.
And all of you can hear, you know.
I almost dropped the derrick and then catch him and I went, what the fuck?
And to just, like part of the roof has been blown off here. You all can see into space. The 10th floor is kind of as high as you can build on the space station before you really start to lose gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Up here, it's like close to half Earth gravity, right? So everything's like, you're strong, you're even stronger. So, if you wing stuff into space, like you could probably throw something into space. Sapna, I think if you yeeted with your sound power, you could probably get something going pretty good.
Sound yeet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Werewolf could probably yeet something into space. Or alternatively, get an angle and yeet something down into the black hole. That's if you really wanted to get rid of it. But we're in this combat scene here. So,
Everybody makes stability checks.
I was thinking about that. Everyone who's not Brian or Hector, let's make a stability check. Hector, you don't know this guy.
Yeah.
Oh. Nice.
I would say
Okay.
Hector knows because Sapna probably told.
Well, yeah, you've
we've
read the
been through
file.
it. Yeah.
You're like, is that the guy from the thing?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Weird. Thought he was dead.
Okay.
Well, he was missing.
No, he was
Nobody thought he was dead, but he was so
But he
thoroughly
knew that
missing.
Sapna was looking for him.
Yes. Yeah. That's true.
Eights.
Eights. Okay.
6s.
That's fine. And nines,
Nines.
right? Yeah.
Mm.
Perfectly good. Okay, so there doesn't need to be any further inhibition to your dice rolls, but I want to go back to sense order and make sure that I have this correct. All right, so chainsaw is lowest on sense order.
I think
No.
he-
Not
Oh,
anymore.
Hector is.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
This guy.
Let's redo. Oh yeah, the old lists here. Okay, so sense order is Hector, then who?
Chainsaw.
What about Brian?
Brian, probably, right?
Oh,
I don't know my stats now.
it's probably. I think you'd be at sense 4 now, just because
Okay.
We're
there's
tied.
too much has happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But that means I would put him after you,
That's cool.
because Brian has some extra sensory perception. stuff happening. I keep spelling your name wrong. It's with an O.
Mhm.
Bryon. Everybody,
Yes.
if you don't know. Okay, so Hector, Brian, that's sense 4. 5,
That's me.
Also me. Sense 5, mind 4.
mind 4.
Mind 3.
Okay, so Chainsaw would declare first, then Kit, or yeah, whatever, Kit Ducius.
Caduceus.
Then Sapna.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sapna, what's your sense?
6.
Okay, that's it. So I'll put that in so I know when to like declare people. Kit and Chainsaw are 5. And Hector and Brian are 4. Okay. Oh, I think Heather was 4 as well.
Sure. Sure.
Big
She
ol'
needs to be just
initiative.
buzzing in the background.
I'll put her at the start because I like to have NPCs go last, basically, which
Yeah.
means declare first. Okay. So Heather declares. Oh, Heather knew Brian.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, because Brian would come to
I need
the
to do a
pediatric.
stability check.
Yeah, I would frequent the hospital for the kids.
Oh, okay, 9s, 3 9s. And yeah, Heather declares like, well, shouts, Brian, and this guy she's holding as a human shield, she just wings him at the guy who's shooting at her, right? To just like crash them into each other.
Yeah.
And the ease with which she throws him indicates the, we always talk about like bugs lift like 10 times their, like that seems to be the case. Whatever.
Awesome.
So she's probably not like flipping buildings over, but she's real strong. And so that she's going to make an attack using this guy as a projectile. Hector.
Is gonna try to hamstring the Hulk by
Like biting the hamstring.
Mhm.
Okay.
literally.
Okay.
Hamstring. Good.
Brian.
Operationally, what does my Brian know about this? What's going on?
You know that a lot of you have been brought together because these people, this group of Rise Corp is kind of the core, and that they are responsible for why E. Brian is dead. Okay. Specifically, like you have the memory of looking up at Lindsay pulling the trigger. So you know who she is.
Okay.
You also know the B team is organizing past selves
Yeah.
in this moment.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
And you need to keep these friends here.
Okay.
Because if they go outside, they might see
Interrupt the streams.
their other selves,
Got it.
which could be problematic.
Yes. Got it. Do I get a sense of, like, in this fight, are there, like, those tears? Are they a problem that we need to address? Or is it more about control the ground fight right now?
Yeah, it's control the ground fight. I mean, if you can close tears, if you have an
Okay.
idea for that, that's a good idea.
Okay.
You should close them if you can.
Okay.
But that would require some, interdimensional powers of some kind. So,
If only I had some.
wait a minute.
Wait a
I
minute.
think you do.
Dimension heal.
Okay, we're healing a rift.
I'm going to, Brian's going to try to, like, stabilize and see if he can start closing up rifts. But he's also, like, throwing in punches and supporting here and there. He's in it. He's in the fight.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Chainsaw?
I've got these discs, these blood cells, and I want to hurl them through the opening, and then basically I just want to try to shield, so there's going to be multi-action, like shield my friends from everyone else. When I'm like, Brian!
Yeah.
Brian's back! Fuck yeah!
Yeet and shield.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eat and shield.
Got it. Kit.
Oh, okay, so the rift is being closed behind me.
Well,
by-
a rift. There are several in
There's
the, in the
several?
space. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm true to my freeze frame. I'm gonna multi-action. I'm growing an arm, and I am also whatever cells are near to me. I'm trying to kind of redirect them, like biohack into them, and be like, wouldn't it be nice to go back in the rift? Go back home.
Oh, okay.
Because you can like change.
Oh,
I can
yeah.
like put like a stent in or operate blood flow like within a body. So I
Yeah.
should be able to
I didn't
do
think
the
about
same
that.
thing outside, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm open to
Yeah.
that.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna give you a -1 to the dice pool, just
Right, for a
because
multi-action.
these are not regular bodies.
An additional
Yes,
-1?
yeah,
Okay, so
for
I'll
the
have
difficulty.
3 dice. Cool.
And Sapna. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I have to declare Lindsay before you. She's on 5. Lindsay. Oh, and the Derricks should have declared way up on 3. The Derricks are gonna roll some dice and see what the fuck happens.
Solid tactic.
Yeah, they're in disarray, right? If I roll well, they will accomplish something. Like, they've stopped trying to catch or trap any of you. They're like trying to like group up and fight for their lives. So that's what's happening there. Lindsay is gonna try to throw werewolf out of the building, because at this point, like, ceiling and walls are ripped away, and there's, she could just yeet you out of the building. Not like into space, but just like away from her. So that's her goal, is yeet a wolf. Sapna.
There's just like the biggest, too many teethiest smile upon seeing Brian. And Sapna is going to kick off this blood cell. So it flies towards a rift while they go for Lindsay's back, because you don't get to yeet my friends, only I get to yeet my friends.
Yep. Noted. Okay.
Oh, one thing, Brian. You now have a brain chat.
Oh, yeah.
You're in the
Yeah.
brain chat.
Yeah, there's a telepathic
Okay.
chat channel
Okay.
that you can hear. It's not like accidental thoughts or
Yeah, yeah,
private
yeah.
thoughts. It is like having walkie-talkie,
Gotcha.
but in
We're
your
all
head.
on Nextel.
And I'm also gonna just fall back on the old, like, we have a brain chat. But for Brian, I always whispered in his ear
Yep.
that it's good to see you.
This whole time, Brian's actually just been whispering because he knows Sapna can hear. He assumes.
Yeah.
It's been so long. I've missed you so much. There's so much I have to tell you. And he's just like telling his story.
Yeah.
Like
in the
yeah.
midst of all this.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we'll have plenty of time to catch up. Watch kids back. They're really bad at doing it for themselves.
I've
Okay.
got them.
And meanwhile, as kids doing this, is like,
All right. Let's roll some dice.
What
Oh.
did we say? I just roll 7 plus
7 with 2 wiggles.
2 wiggles. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's been a while since I rolled that.
Wow, Derek. Okay. That's,
no, bad Derek.
That's a bad carrot.
Bad
that's
Derek.
a 4 of a kind for
Oh, yeah.
Derek.
No.
What a rude ass.
And an extra die on this power. Boop. Yeah.
Lindsay. Gonna spend a willpower?
No.
No, yes.
So
I mean,
am
good, but also I don't want her to roll well.
She's spending another willpower.
Good.
I'm doing my willpower power without having to
Without
use
even
it.
trying.
Yeah, but you want the willpower for yourself.
I know,
know, but
right?
right.
That's so rude. So rude to use
Oh, there we
your
go.
willpower like that.
Okay, that'll do.
What's
Oh,
the,
that's better.
What's the squish rule? How does that work? again?
So if you have a set, you can pay a willpower
Okay.
to move it, the value down and the width out,
Okay.
right? And
Right.
let's assume, I don't know, how much willpower do people have right now?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, neither do I.
Not very much.
Okay. So Brian, you've been through a whole lot right now too.
Yeah.
Having gotten here
Yeah.
and done all the things you need to do. Let's say you have 10 willpower
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's a good amount to get started. Okay, hold on. For Lindsay, I've got this. So, and did I have to roll for anyone else? I don't think so. Oh,
roll
Heather.
for Heather.
Heather. Thank you. Good thing Lindsay didn't roll like that.
Go, Heather,
Yay.
go.
Oh, actually, it's not better than Lindsay's roll, but it's pretty good.
What was the width on Lindsay's roll?
I have a 5 of a kind as my best result.
Okay.
I have a 5.
So if I
5 nines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we got
Hell yeah.
3 of a kind.
And so, Joe, just in case you
Two,
don't remember, what I'll say is I have 5 of a kind
Mm.
before saying what they are.
Okay.
And then if you want to decide you want to squish or do reroll or whatever, that's up to you
Okay.
before I tell you what I actually roll.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
I am gonna multi-action on this and then burn. 6, that's 2. That will make that. No, that's not how writing works. Okay, so. And you said you had a
I
5?
have 5 of a kind.
So that would be okay. So if I make that, okay, so I can. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna do 6. I have a 6 of a kind.
Okay.
Nice.
Anybody else on 6 of a kind? Nope.
My dreams.
Okay. What is your 6 of a kind?
I have 6 sixes to attack Lindsay
Woo.
with my vampire bite,
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. Okay.
and then I have
Okay. I
some
assume
other stuff.
your vampire bite has some penetration. It would
It has
have to.
2 penetration.
Okay. She has some armor. Like you get in there, and even her skin is like she's got Hulk skin, right? But I think you can get through there. She's gonna be able to reduce 3 of that. Wait, no. You have 1 penetration. Is that
2.
2 penetration on that? So she is reduced to 2 armor out of your 6 of a kind. She's going to take 4 shock and 4 killing.
And I am going to use, I don't know if you want to do this now or later, but I am going to use my 2 10s to drain that willpower
Uh-oh.
with her blood.
I'm numb.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
All right.
I'm hungry. It's been a big day.
Well, now
I
I've...
stress eat. What
So
can I
you
say?
get 2 willpower. I spent 2 on my roll, so I've spent 4 willpower.
Mm.
Or I have lost 4 willpower. And you know I just spent a base will, so you know exactly how much I started with.
Mm.
Normally I don't have to disclose that, but it's just right there. So, all right. However, that
Hell yeah.
I don't think that's gonna disrupt her move. Because I don't think that's gonna. Yeah. Okay. So at 5 of a kind. What is anyone else on 5 of a kind? Okay.
Nines.
5 nines. Okay, I have 5 10s.
Disrespectful.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, she's got wiggle dice. Okay, it wasn't
Alright, I'm
just
just gonna
5
walk
10s on the
my-
dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, with your dice, it could have been though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, really could have been.
So what I'm gonna do, normally on 5 10s she would have just yeeted the werewolf out the window, but there's a vampire. Where did you bite her?
Same thing, trap.
Yeah, like
Leg.
just leap on her back and get in there. Okay. So yeah, that like interrupts enough where she's like, "Oh, get off me! Gross! Ew, ew." That's what I would do.
Gross vampire. Oh.
Ew. Wipe your mouth on me. Then, but she is still going to try to yeet. What I'm going to give you is a stability check to try to catch yourself, werewolf. Am I fighting a vampire and a werewolf?
Spidey sense?
Oh. You know what? Look, I know it's cheesy. I'm gonna say y'all were kind of clinched
Okay.
already, and she had a hold of you.
I mean, I got
and,
shitty stability.
and she's gonna try to yeet you.
Pair of nines.
Oh, pair of nines on 3
Nice.
dice. Is that what
That's
you're-
so
And a
good.
Okay.
You were
Nice.
right for that.
So what I'm gonna do is have you. She tries to yeet you out the window,
Mm-hmm.
which doesn't exist, like out the wall, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Out the
you,
hole.
you slide across there, claws scrape into
Mm-hmm.
the carpet, flooring, concrete.
Yeah, I can see it like do the carpet and then it starts to
Yeah.
turn into sparks
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
and
and a fire starts.
you're like
Yeah.
your feet kind of go off the edge, but your hands hang onto there, and you just like pull yourself back in. So
And
that
I
was
do want to add
uh-huh.
that there is a blood streak because Hector's pretty fucked up.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So there's a streak of blood as you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you know it smells good. Werewolf blood.
Mhm.
Okay. Brian,
Yes.
you were.
Closing up a rift.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I think. One of those rifts gets closed, and we get a demonstration of Brian's ability to close a dimensional rift. That is done. And also probably just passively took some of those shots that were meant for
Yeah.
Kit, because that's where you were standing.
Yep.
Thank
so
you.
we don't have to roll for your armor value versus
Nice.
Derek's.
Passing out.
The Derek's are a very minor, like, environmental problem in this scene, but they're not nothing.
Yeah.
Okay?
They're like,
Yeah.
They're going to have to
No,
roll
you
a
shouldn't
lot
say that about
better.
People.
They did get a 4 of a kind, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
good job,
Um,
Derek's.
but Heather also has 4 of a kind. Anyone else on 4 of a kind? Okay, so Heather on 4 10s
Go, Heather, go.
takes this guy, like, kind of has him wrapped up, and then just fully, unrolls her arm to fling this guy bodily into another Derek, and those two just crash and land in a jumble of limbs.
I'm definitely seeing somebody getting tossed like horizontally, like with spinning.
Yeah. She just like discus throws this guy.
Like a top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He crashes into other Dereks. The Dereks go on 4 5s, and their main thing was to try to get their shit together. And so
Get your shit together, Derek.
yeah, Derek. So 4 of them who are not significantly injured or, notably being a problem, like, kind of arrange themselves in one corner. Like, again, office walls are blown open, ceiling gone, there's all this stuff happening. 4 of them are kind of like retreating away from what you all are doing and are, trying to, ready their weapons and get their force fields back on and, do all this stuff. And, they're actually, working together as a squad. If this was, a really good XCOM team, these Dereks have got their shit together. All right?
But they're getting their XCOM rolls.
I was
Yeah.
about to say,
Yeah.
but it's XCOM,
Yeah.
baby.
And that's why there's only 4 of them left. Okay. But they are looking out for each other, and suddenly you get let's see, Hector, you get this even as you're scraping across the floor, you get this ping of the stress of this moment. These clones, their minds open and connect to each other, right? Not like they're reading the whole room, but suddenly these clones are wait a minute, we have telepathy amongst us, right? And they're just able to operate a little bit better, and they're suddenly
Does he get a sense it's kind of like the same implant that Lindsay had that was helping him resist?
no, it's not like an implant.
Okay.
It's they just got a superpower,
Okay.
basically. Suddenly they are working rolling each over each other's back, and then just this full-on tumbling performance of
Oh my
getting
God,
a defensive
gymnastics.
position, and they
Yeah.
flipped over desks, and they're building a fort, and
Start swing dancing? What's going on here?
basically, yeah. So
It's a Gap commercial.
the rest of the Dereks are essentially out of commission and or dead. But there are 4 left who are trying to get it together. And not really sure what they're going to do yet. Okay, that was 4s of a kind. 3s?
Me.
Okay.
And me.
What do you got?
I got 3 10s.
I got 3 9s.
Okay, 10s go first.
Is there an open rent in the ceiling, or did
Yeah.
Brian close
No,
it?
no, there's several. There's like 3 here.
Okay, cool. So, yeet.
Yeah, just like garbage bag.
Yeah.
Aegis as your garbage bag, and just like throw them out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then my other one goes on 2 9s. So,
The
just shielding.
oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Hector.
Was hamstringing.
Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. I don't want to totally interrupt that. Look, we'll do damage. I don't think you're gonna get to hamstring her.
Okay.
So you had 3 9s.
Mhm.
Okay. We're gonna say you've got some penetration with your claws. Probably the same amount. What do you have? 2 penetration.
Penetration with his bite.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll give the same as the vampire
Okay.
penetration. So you get through 2 of her armor. So you do 1 shock and 1 killing.
Mhm.
She's at 5 of each. And then you didn't do any like willpower drain or anything like that,
Mm-mm.
right? Okay. Okay.
Sure.
3. Is that everybody?
I'm on 2 of them.
Oh, pairs, right? Okay.
I'm on pairs.
Okay.
We did it.
So one of these Derek's, you're trying to regrow his arm, right?
Yeah.
He has effectively passed out. He's not literally unconscious, but he's done.
Right, right.
He's
I don't
done
have
today.
to worry
He's
about
clocked out.
making this guy good.
Yeah.
And then he's like, ha ha!
Yeah, no. Derek has left the building.
Yes, yes.
He will be back later.
hmm
Um,
Listen, if he kind of functionally passes out and then wakes up and his arm is back, maybe some survival part of his brain will be like, it was all a dream.
yeah, it was a hallucination. It was all those weird things, and
It
they
was
made me
freaking
hallucinate.
out. I
Yeah.
thought my arm was gone.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You realize, like, okay, it's going to take some time for his arm to grow back, but what you can do is kind of set it and forget it. There's like okay, grow
on a
and then
kitchen
stop
timer?
growing.
Yeah.
Not forever.
Yeah. But I
But-
do that for you.
But here's the
World's
thing.
longest arm.
When you get in there, it's like most people are so messy to adjust.
Right.
You're like, oh, this is a Unix system. I know how to operate this. Right? It's like everything's perfectly laid out, everything's labeled and
Yeah.
organized, and you're like, oh, if I just boop, 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 boop.
There's,
Oh,
there's programming notes in here.
Clones are the easiest.
yeah, yeah. That's commented. All the DNA is like commented code.
Oh,
And,
they
Yeah,
just
yeah.
copy pasted whole sections of this.
When I'm not turning them into dust, this is super easy.
Yeah.
yeah. So you can easily set to like grow and replace and then stop,
Mhm.
and
And
It's
then
fine.
that was with 6s, and then my 9s are to usher some platelets into a remaining rift.
yeah, okay, yeah. You managed to do that. Oh, because you have told them to go,
Yes,
right? That's
yes.
why.
Get in there.
All right.
Mhm.
Then, that's right. I need you to roll a stability check as you connect with them at a biological level. Guess what? They're weird.
Everything's weird in this world. I have 5s.
That's fine.
Awesome.
That's fine. But you can feel they are metaphorically like blood cells, but they are functionally not.
Yeah.
Right?
It's kind of like I fucked with the office of interstitial, and it's kind of like the same vibe,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
So it is a living being of some kind, but the nature of it is not flesh and blood.
Too big,
Right?
unknowable.
Whereas like before you could barely control something who wasn't entirely mammal, this is the other end of that
Yeah,
spectrum.
yeah. Me succeeding that stability check is being like, I can do anything.
Yeah.
I am the best.
Also with the reappearance of Brian, I would like everyone to gain 10 willpower if that doesn't take you over your maximum willpower.
Thank
Hey
you.
guys.
Hey, girl, hey.
Thank God.
Oh, but not Hector. No,
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm
Yeah.
Wow.
Hector loses willpower for
kidding. You don't
not
care
being-
about this guy.
I start eating
not
everybody
teaming
else's
up with
willpower.
you.
I know you got it.
Ice cold.
All right. So we do have to declare another round here. Some things, again, just to recap. 4 of the Derek's are getting their shit together. And I will have to declare for them first, so you'll kind of know what's happening. But that's part of the scene. Most of the top floor has been blown out. There is no ceiling. The most of the walls to the other offices are gone. You were standing on an exposed building top. Okay?
Yeah.
With space above, literal space, like outer space. A force field holding in a modicum of atmosphere. And then you can look out and see the curved space station curving away from you below, right? And you know directly beneath you is a black hole that's holding everything on the space station. And the station doesn't really rotate very much. Like, that's not a big feature of it, but it's a ring, big flat ring around a black hole. There are some immediately present rifts, but also with the walls gone, you can see there is fighting happening down in the streets, and you can see other Bryans. Like, maybe some other heroes are helping out or something. It's hard to tell from here. But, you know, there's some stuff happening down on the streets. And you see Bryans, like, slip in and slip out. And, you know, you can tell from the uniforms. Other members of the B team are here.
Hell yeah.
We also announce ourselves before popping into someone's space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an important consideration.
Yeah.
B team arriving. Yeah. Or you always, like, arrive outside someone's door
Yeah.
and knock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About to knock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good.
It's great. The fight with Lindsay is primarily with Hector and Sapna. There's a few little, like, dark cells over there getting involved. Most of the dark cells seem to be attracted to where Kit and Brian are. And to some extent, I know you're over there as well with Heather, like, Chainsaw. You're, you know, also dealing with the dark cells, and the dark cells are reacting to that. All right? Like, oh, you think, okay, let's go, buddy. All right? So with those, I'm not going to declare an action for them, but I am going to roll for them at the end as an environmental effect.
Ooh, love
Okay? And the number of matches I get will be the number of people I can apply things to. And I'll apply them in the order of, well, I'll roll between you three and Heather, right? And then if there are still matches, then I will get to rolling between Sapna and Hector and Lindsay. Okay? But they're essentially a neutral factor in this fight. Any questions before we get to actually declaring turns? Okay. The Derricks are setting up. They're figuring out how to protect themselves. They've built a little, like,
Fort.
a barrack of Derricks, a Derrick barrack.
Derek Barry.
And a Derrickade.
There it
We
is.
got
There it
Derek.
is.
How many barracks could a Derek build?
Derek.
If a
Derek
Derek
Barrick.
could build Derek.
Yeah,
barracks?
Barrick.
Could
Derrick. So they have assembled and are largely just defending themselves, right? So if cells come towards them, they're blasting them with their energy rifles, but they're mostly just doing that, right? Like,
Okay.
they're aiming up, they're looking for that. And one of the Derricks, so there's these three who are, like, covering, and then this fourth Derrick is fiddling with a little grenade thing, right? And he's going to throw it at one of the rifts.
Mm.
So that's their group declared action.
Okay.
Okay?
Fair.
Okay, so
Eric.
They're defending themselves, and one of them is
hard not to
rigging
do.
something
I appreciate it.
to throw at a rift. Okay? Okay. Heather declares. Well, let's see.
her love for Sapna.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Derricks are basically not a danger to you all right now. So yeah, I think Heather is just trying to, like, get with the group and figure out what can, like, what we need to collaborate on. So I'm just gonna have her do, like, a defense roll, like active defense. And Oh, I know. She's going to cast active defense. She's going to activate her chitinous armor and deploy that for herself. And Hector.
Gonna eat willpower. Yum, 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 yum.
Okay. And then what?
Eat willpower.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You're draining willpower from Lindsay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I thought you were saying spend willpower, and
No,
that's
no.
not what you said. Okay.
Eating it for sustenance.
Great. Brian.
I want to see if I can start reversing the rifts so that they're exit only.
Oh, yeah. Or even like create a little suction or something.
So I have two ideas. One is maybe make them exit only, or like start looping them together so like they can't come out of the portal. They're just like stuck in a loop.
Well, there are no more coming out.
Oh, there are no more
which is-
coming out.
Which
Okay.
is good, right?
Okay.
So if you wanted to sort of reverse polarity or
Yeah, if-
something.
Vacuum.
Brian would be thinking about what's the biggest danger. So if there's no more coming back out, then he'd probably like join the fight then.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 So Lindsay has been a huge problem. She's
Okay.
also literally huge. She's
Yep.
like 7 foot tall, She-Hulk kind of figure.
Okay.
And you know who she is. So,
Brian points a finger.
all right. So you're going to attack
Oh, yeah.
Lindsay. Got it.
Oh yeah. And he's working through the image of seeing her pull a trigger.
Yeah. Wait till she sees you.
Mm-hmm.
Chainsaw?
Okay. You're engaging Lindsay, right?
Mm-hmm.
You two have engaged Lindsay.
And we know because Brian's pointing.
Exactly.
Just walking towards her with the fingers.
Like
stuck
Babe
out.
Ruth.
Yep. He's
Like
calling
Babe
the
Ruth
shot.
at bat, yeah.
Yep.
In that case, I want to do like the thing I did in the Aldgate world, where I remembered the name of the spell earlier today, and now I've forgotten it again. That's all the different beams of fire.
Searing, no. Yeah.
Scorching ray.
Scorching Ray. There we go.
Not
Thank you.
gonna forget it a second time.
Yeah, where I'm basically just gonna like shoot a bunch of these things.
At the dark cells.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Great. Kit.
I land on the ground to put this Derek down as he is set and forget, and very excited now by Brian's return. As I see him go to
Yep.
point and go towards Lindsay, I go, "You want to be big?"
Brian stops mid-march, turns back. Yes.
And I'd like to use my full action to make Brian big,
I cast Embigify.
so
Okay.
that Brian can attack while big.
Okay.
Yes.
Brian points with two fingers, now. 2 hands pointing.
With his whole
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Lindsay declares, well, just passively, I'll tell you, she's a healing factor that's going to kick in that I don't have to roll for. And
I'd like to request that you roll for.
I don't have to.
Okay.
That's
I
the
have to
thing.
ask.
So,
But what did
Never
you
know,
do?
always on,
If he did, it would be
always on with hard dice.
That's
Like, what are you going to do?
That's true.
So, she's going to. Actually, I think this is an escape moment. I think she's gonna. Yeah, she's gonna try to like jump off the side of the building and get away.
No.
Not before
I've got a thing
big
for that.
Brian gets big.
It's called Brian.
But that's the thing, right? Is you're getting, and she's seeing you come after her. She's like, "Fuck," and like turns to like run for the edge of the building. So,
So real.
With these
and,
creatures like draining blood.
right, like Sapna is essentially attached still,
Mhm.
so she's gonna try to like shake you off and do that. But what do you want to do?
Well, I remember that Hector mentioned that there is an inorganic thing in Lindsay's brain.
Oh.
Yeah, yes,
Oh.
that is true.
A piece of technology rerouting brain things.
Yes.
So I am going to I'm gonna take that one over. I want that.
Okay.
I want that.
Hold on. I want to give you a piece of information,
Mhm.
just because I think you're always on. You would have enough. Like now that you're aware to like think about this a little bit, I just want to attach the tag danger close. Like you can look into this thing and see what happens. However, bad rolls will have. It's bad.
Mhm.
Okay. So
Bad rolls will
fine.
happen.
there's like a complicated secret trap that is involved here.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
But you would know at least that much that like,
Mhm.
oh, this is, I need to put my whole mind in this because
That's all good.
you're in
finale
That's
time.
you're in danger.
It's finale time. Let's
Okay.
do this.
We're in
Um,
danger.
Let's just
That's
swing
fine.
for the fences.
All right, let's roll some dice.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Derek,
No, Derek.
that's 3 5s on the dice.
How?
They can have a wiggle die. I'll give them 4 5s.
Nice.
Wiggle, wiggle,
Good job, guys.
How high would you say I would have to roll to make Brian big?
Oh, I mean, just 4. You just need a successful roll.
Amazing.
But what you
'Cause
want,
I want to make it wide.
but you do want, because you want it to go first. Yeah, I would say cheat high because like the higher the number, the better the effect.
Yeah, but I have I could do 10s and have 3 10s, or I've rolled 3 4s naturally. I could have 5 4s.
But you could have 3 10s and have
And then switch
5
down, that's
8s, right? Like
That's
that's
a good point.
for 2 willpower.
Yeah.
And
Good
it's
point,
just
good
it's just
point.
willpower.
Just
you know?
willpower. I have so much of it now.
And 5 of a kind is great.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I haven't rolled for Lindsay yet, but I'm glad I said that before I rolled for Lindsay. Okay, so Heather is. What's she doing?
She was activating her kitten
Yeah.
summoner.
Oh, that's right. She does have to roll for that.
Licking teeth.
Also 5s. Weird.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So she like flexes, and this like partly it's her interstitial armor like adapts and grows with it, but yeah, she has this like chitin on her back, somewhat on her chest. Her arms have like plates on the outside of it, and it's like a little bit like you know when in is it the third Thor movie we get Hela?
Yep.
And she like pushes her hair back and all that like whoop, like all that stuff shows up. It's like she does it has like a little bit of a like you know chitinous head covering to protect herself. So
Awesome.
Sweet.
okay, that was a good roll. She has like 4 armor right now. That's a lot. Lindsay. Okay.
How many of a kind do we got?
0.
Oh, I'm missing
Well,
another.
a 4 of a kind, and I'm engaging some of my other pairs with willpower. So 4 of a kind, and also 2 pairs that I'm going to use for multi-action,
Okay.
for
Awesome.
late multi-action.
I know what I'm
Um,
doing.
Great. You said you have a 4 of a kind.
Yes.
So that's
I have a question.
Yeah.
I know we talked about Hector having a
Okay.
healing factor.
Yeah.
Is it 1 for 1 for all for a shotgun kill?
Yeah, that's how healing factor works. Yeah, it heals shock and killing in width. Oh, that's right. I forgot to adjust her healing as well. So that's just going to happen. Okay. So widest effects, 5 of a kind,
Me.
6 of a kind.
Mhm.
6 of a kind as well.
Oh, okay. 6 once.
8s.
Oh wait, no, that's not a go first power. Sorry, 5 of a kind.
Oh, okay. So 6 8s.
Yep.
To do which again?
Scorching ray. Pew, 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 pew,
Oh,
pew,
for
pew. just
knock
taking out
dark cells.
Yeah.
You know what? I think that is mostly gonna remove the issue. Was anyone else like attacking dark cells specifically?
Not this turn,
With
but
bad
before.
intentions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You weren't, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna remove dark cells from the immediate threat.
All right.
All right. That was very
Sweet.
good. 6
Mhm.
8s. It's just like if that
I
doesn't
did-
clear this level of threat, like that's crazy. So
I did a little squishing.
Yeah.
But,
These rays jet out and hit them, and they don't catch on fire, but they just dissolve into like black dots and disperse. That's the word I want. 5 of a kind then.
Me.
You're me.
Okay. You have 5
Sixes.
6s,
5 8s.
8s,
8.
8s.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe they could just happen simultaneously. What
Sure.
were you doing again?
Yum, 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 yum.
Oh, you're trying to eat the willpower, and you were.
Make Brian big.
Yeah, these can happen at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to. Let's see. Do I do a stability check? versus
Yeah,
willpower?
I think if you get 9s, it beats it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Brian, terrifying.
Yes.
Oh, I
Boo!
got a pair of 9s. But that just means it reduces, right? You had 5 of a kind,
Mm-hmm.
so that means you only get 3 willpower,
Okay.
and I lose 3.
just Hector with a straw.
Yes.
Hector with the steel straw.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm gonna write it as how much willpower I have left. Okay.
Not much.
Okay. Well, I've lost 7 according to what's happened so far.
Mhm.
So, all right. That was 5 of kind 5. I think you're next. You were
5 8s.
5 8s
And big
to
it.
make big.
Yeah,
Yes.
I reach
Okay.
out, I delve into the strange yet familiar world of the inside of Brian.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
2, 3, 4. Okay. So, Brian, you're gonna add where possible, because this will probably take you over your dice maximum. 4 dice when like strength or size is called into question.
Okay.
Right? Like if that would be an advantage in some way, like grappling or punching or something like that, you'll have a 4 die bonus.
does
Cool.
that count for the roll that he just made? Or
Oh. Because it's happening before his action. How many dice did you roll?
I rolled my 7 dice plus
And you-
my 2 wiggle.
And 2 wiggle. So let's add an extra die, because you can only ever have 10 dice in a power or in a roll. But
you never know.
That gives me an extra pair.
Hey.
okay,
Nice.
so you can use those if you want to spend willpower,
Okay.
but you don't have to. However, that's
Okay.
that's the case. And also, I'll add to your damage as well.
Okay.
Then
If I could interject,
Yep.
Brian's never seen the willpower power.
right, yeah,
And you can actually see it, unlike Hector's other abilities. You can't see it,
Mm.
but you see like like normally when he's in human form, it's like a Calavera sugar skull mask.
Okay.
Well, now it's still a Calavera sugar skull mask, but it's a wolf like
Oh.
skull coming out, and you
hell
see,
yeah.
go and
Ooh.
bite Lindsay's face,
yeah.
and you see like some essence
Like
start
drawing
coming-
away.
Yeah,
Oh, that's so cool.
yeah.
That is dope.
Thank you. That is awesome. Okay, then Sapna, your
5
6s
6s.
to do which again?
Take control of the technology inside Lindsay's
Oh,
brain.
yeah. Okay. So, you can decide what to do next. Here's what's happening. She has some cybernetic implants in her brain that were extremely subtle before, because they are operating very similar to how literal synapses work. And they are, well, yeah, actually, you can find the documentation. Like, they are designed to counter telepathy, to counter memory wipes, to counter, mind control, stuff like that. And part of what's happening is she is constantly being backed up to a remote server that is then like making sure like she has the latest update. So as far as what you're dealing with in this split second moment, that is the technology that she's using. And if you had rolled poorly, the way that it works, it is essentially functioning on, it's not using Wi-Fi, right? It is transmitting via the like interdimensional medium that you all use to like talk to the interstitial and follow the Death Rider ability and all that kind of stuff. So if you had rolled poorly, your consciousness probably would have disappeared for a little while down an extremely complicated rabbit hole, but you didn't. So just be aware that that is specifically the risk that you'll continue to face. And you wanted to do what exactly?
So the way that I interpreted what was going on when Hector explained it to us via mind blank
Mm-hmm.
is like Hector kept trying to get her to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And every time he was able to persuade her, this thing would erase any common sense. Any of the non-evil impulses Lindsay might have had, somehow it feels like you're not nearly as adaptable as you should be right now to your situations,
Okay.
basically.
All right. So,
I am going to cut off its communication
okay.
through the interstitial.
Okay.
Like, what you've got now is what you've got,
Good.
lady.
Turn off the Wi-Fi. Okay. That's good. Oh, and I also meant to mention, not that you're trying to do this, but like if you tried to remove it, it would just kill her, right?
Yes.
Like there's no like her surviving without this equipment in her brain, because it's also like augmented her brain a little bit, and it's like it's a whole like computer and whatever. I'm
But
gonna
now,
make
in this case, it is uploading a backup
Yeah.
with a flaw. And it's like when you've made a backup, but your computer is already having problems, so you just keep putting the
Right.
problems
Yep.
back.
Yep.
It's reinstalling the virus.
It's an interesting way to interpret that. Okay, so what? How many dice are in your
It's really cool.
technology power?
8 normally, but in that case, I bought a wiggle die, so 9.
9. Okay, so I'm gonna do stability check versus 9s. I'm gonna spend a willpower.
There it is.
And burn a base will.
Oof.
Oh.
Here we go. We're doing
What
it.
you eat.
We're doing it, guys. We're doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a pair of 10s. How many did you have?
I had 5 6.
Okay, so it's gonna count as 3 6s, but that's still successful. Okay, I have to think about what to do with this. This is interesting. It's funny, like trying to plan encounters for y'all, because like part of me was like, okay, they know about Hector's mind control, so she's got this stuff, and like, and then somehow the idea left my body that Sapna would be able to interface with that technology. Like, yeah, obviously. But that's like a less well-known ability, I think. And so it makes sense that maybe she didn't plan for all that. That's
We're a
fine.
Very well-rounded group of supers.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. It's just that it's like difficult to plan for a constantly evolving team, but I love it.
I also feel like there's a point where, like, because Sapna's still attached to Lindsay's back at this point,
Hmm.
and they, like, have latched on and let go of, like, with their mouth. And
Yeah.
then, like, it's like they heard something.
Yeah.
And they turn and kind of, like, run their nose up the side of Lindsay's neck.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Not in a sexy way.
no.
in a scary
Never.
way.
And then just into their ear, it's like, oh, you seem stuck. Let me help
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh my. Yeah, vampires are never sexy.
Yeah.
you. Never.
The problem
Never
with
sexy
them.
vampire in my life.
Careless whisper on saxophone. Start to play.
Yeah. All right. I will deal with the fact that she's cut off from her backups right now. Yep. That was 5 of a kind. Anyone else on 5s?
4s.
4 of a kind, anyone? I think, Derek's and Heather. Well, Heather got her armor, so that's fine. We know what happened. What's your 4 of a kind?
10s.
Okay, that goes before Derek. You're
I'm
calling your shot, heading over to.
I'm a giant Brian right now.
Right.
Giant Brian.
How big do we think? Like 8 feet, 10 feet? Like what? How
Brian
big is
was
big?
already kind of tall.
Yeah.
He was a
I
big
think-
dude.
I think 10 feet is
Yeah.
probably where.
Okay.
Because Kit has breached the 15, but that was in a bad time. I think 10 is reasonable.
That's a
Okay.
huge brain.
Yeah, it's a big old Brian.
We have some chat is also requesting Sapna's help to become unstuck. That's,
Me.
Oh no, don't chase
Choose
me.
me.
No, stop.
what will I do?
Oh, I fell.
Yeah. Oh no, my neck is exposed.
We should announce our new Patreon tier at this point.
Yeah. I love you guys so much. All right. So you're heading over there to, and this was like a fight roll, right? Like you were gonna go fight her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got your 4 10s. Lindsay was. Wait a minute. Did I roll for her?
Attempting to escape.
Oh, that's right. She was
Yeah.
trying to run for it.
Now, sorry, for multi-action, do I spend my willpower now and declare it?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever you want your
Okay.
second action to be.
Okay.
So
But that was also 4 of a kind.
yeah, she had 4 of a kind as
Yeah.
well, right? But I don't think it was 10s. Why didn't I write that down? That was dumb. Okay. Doesn't matter. Your thing happens first.
Okay.
And I don't think there's any other way around that. So what was it, a punch? Like what
So-
did you want to accomplish?
so-
You've got Sapna's like
Yeah.
on her back, like
Yeah.
in her hair.
Yeah. Yeah. Brian's like very scared approaching Sapna,
Yeah.
but he's got like he's still stomping with the 2 fingers pointing,
Sapna
and then
looks up at you.
he's like builds up into a charge and then starts barreling towards Lindsay.
Okay.
As I see that little bit of fear in her eyes, I wink at you.
hmm
It's okay. It's okay.
And then just Brian's gonna go full H train, just barreled into this person.
Right.
8.
Okay. Yeah. You crash into her. Is it acceptable to you to drive her off the edge of the building?
I think so, but I would like to propose my multi-action be. I think Brian spent a lot of time very frustrated at Brian always being able to get away.
Uh-huh.
And I think Brian's been thinking about how do you anchor someone so that they can't keep running. They cannot, like they can physically try to run, but no matter what, you're traveling in 3 dimensions.
Uh-huh.
And Brian doesn't have to travel in 3 dimensions.
That's true. Okay.
All the dimensions.
So what is your multi-action
I'm
accomplishment?
going to knock her off balance and start to try to anchor her to a place dimensionally where she cannot run away.
Okay. A dimensional lockdown.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get to that when we get to pairs. But you make contact with her. That's probably going to do some harm. You're hitting her pretty hard, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
But not a kill.
Yeah.
Brian always pulls.
That's our general assumption at this point. Let's see, 4 of a kind with her armor.
I'd like to punch her in her willpower.
Unfortunately, you don't have that. I don't think.
Just
Your
all of her
punch-
willpower scatters around across the floor.
Yeah,
We all jump for it.
I know, right?
it's like a pinata.
There's a bunch of kids at a party.
Okay, then yeah. So you hit her. I don't think we had a lot of like penetration value assigned to your punches.
Only the torpedo punch.
Yeah. So your 4 of a kind basically matches her armor value.
Okay.
But Brian also gets the I'm big.
Oh, extra damage for
Oh, yes, that's right. So your base damage goes up by 4, so you're actually hitting for 8. So it does 4.
Yeah.
All right.
Big.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you crash into her, but you're not trying to like send her flying because you want her to stay here.
Yeah.
But so what I'm going to say is you punch and you're like now like 3 feet taller
Yeah.
than she is. You know, she's
Yeah.
7 foot tall,
Yeah.
you know, Hulk. But I'm going to get to what happens when we get to the pairs.
Cool.
Okay?
Cool.
Because that follow-up action is important. 3 of a kinds, anything to resolve? Other pairs? Multi-actions? Anything? The Derricks have a pair that's going to happen.
Good job, Nerds.
Oh yeah, they had a 4 of a kind too, didn't they?
Yeah, that was their like prep, and then their
Right.
multi-action. It was they had to like keep Derrick 4 protected for Derrick's 4 action to be able to go off, and they succeeded at that.
If they fuck with us, they're really gonna regret it.
They're not. They're
Good.
not. I would have had to declare that.
Yeah.
Legally, you have to.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna say your effect goes off first.
Okay.
You like punch this Hulk, and as you do, there are similar to the rifts that are open in that like sort of glowing ultraviolet energy. There are these like bracelets around her wrists and ankles that appear, and like she's not locked down. It would lock down a normal person, right? But she's like. "Ugh," like trying to move her hands, and like her body is not moving in slow motion. It's just she is shackled basically, right? And so has to deal with that, and is at a huge minus to be able to do anything with that. I'm gonna do a stability check versus the essentially 8 dice in that power.
Cool. I like Big Brian,
Yeah.
and I cannot lie.
Oh, okay. Okay. So right now she pushes through that power.
Okay.
Right? So in the next round she's gonna basically be able to declare normally, but she is gonna have to keep doing this as long as you maintain that power.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So she pushes through, goes, what? And it's like, no, and then is able to strike and fight and do whatever. Sapna can. In my mind, I'm sort of imagining Sapna having like flipped off the back when Brian comes freight training in.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay.
sorry. That was what the wink was about. It's like you got this.
Okay.
I will be fine.
Got it. Okay. So you just backflip off and yeah.
I am liking this lower gravity thing.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Okay. Then the Eric's they get the final word this round. They take this like half dismantled, you know, like laser pistol thing that they had like plugged another battery into and done something weird to, and hooked it into one of the rifts, and it goes off in this like this strange like reverberating noise, and that rift shuts.
Nice.
So,
Good job, Derricks.
yeah, 4 mines.
The
able
D
to-
team.
Killing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the D team. Yeah.
It's real close to failing.
D is for diploma.
Yeah.
All right. So,
I remember D being for summer school.
good.
My school didn't have D's.
Good.
Oh.
Yeah, they said if you got anything lower than a C, try again.
Oh,
Oh wow.
yikes.
Okay. So, this is actually this is an interesting scenario.
Thank you. We tried.
All right. We've got one rift left open here, up in the, you know, remnants of the 10th floor. There's a lot of stuff going on down, so people are evacuating buildings. There's like people trying to get out of the area. You have seen some explosions of like some people have been flung out into space, and there's like just havoc going on down below. But maybe not as much as you'd expected. You know, it's most of the people flying out into space are wearing Rise uniforms, so that's something.
That's fine.
They've got insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly. The next round, I think I want to do something a little different. Even though she like made her save versus these shackles, like the minus is still like she's taking a significant amount of damage. 7 shock and 7 killing. Did burn a baseball, has some willpower, but I think yeah. Brian, you're squaring off with her. She's squaring off against you, right? Like there's no like she's given up or she's done trying to run away. She's like, all right, fuck it, we're fighting to the death. It's her, like you could just see it in her face, her body language, like, okay, this is what we're doing. She doesn't know you're not willing to kill her, but like
Yeah.
here we are.
Okay.
There is then audibly that everyone can hear, there's and this like very strange, like this is like a tiny little concussion and then a sizzling noise, and her eyes roll up into her head and she just collapses like somebody cut her strings. She just drops like a marionette.
The kill switch went off.
Yes.
Ooh.
And both Sapna and Kit can confirm exactly what just happened.
Yeah.
It is grisly and horrible.
Yeah, I think Kit just like stops and makes that eye contact with Sapna.
I really wish that would stop happening.
What happened?
She's dead.
Didn't this happen with the mechanist or on that other where you got your powers?
Yeah, but that guy was using like earpiece spiked into that guy's brain. This was already in her brain.
Did somebody send a signal or something?
Yeah, was there a signal that you felt like you could track or?
So it.
Yeah, you can move us along Wi-Fi, right?
So, kind of as a
Great
post-mortem,
stuff.
I can just give you for free. When her device was cut off from the signal, it went into like double check, like try to get signal again, try to get nope, okay, we're done, and self-destructed.
Ooh.
It was my fault.
It was her fault. She made that decision.
Well, fuck. Hey, buddy. And I call up to Brian.
Brian is staring at the face of the person that murdered a version of him.
Mm-hmm.
And you can probably tell it's been a while for Brian, and you can tell his demeanor is a little, he's still got the optimism, but it's the optimism of someone who's happy despite everything he's been through.
Big.
And he's just kind of having a moment looking at Lindsay. They always get away.
Not this time. No, that had to come from somewhere, right?
So it did. And it came from inside her brain.
Right, but where it originated. We destroyed a bunch of backups and files, right? But obviously this one was still working until
It had a connection through the interstitial, and I cut it off from that. And it self-destructed.
one thing at a time.
I stomp over to the barricade and just shove everything out of the way and go, put your guns
Yeah, man.
down.
Yeah. Like their guns are like dropping, like as
Never even
like
seen them.
Take your helmets off.
yeah, they all do.
Look at each other.
What the fuck?
Deal with that.
Yeah.
I think in that moment also, like Kit was like one thing at a time, and then goes over and pulls Sapna into a hug, because that feels bad.
Okay.
You couldn't have known that was gonna happen.
If I'd been listening harder, if I'd been paying more attention.
She made that decision. I gave her the ability to at least surrender to us, and she wanted to fight. She knew that this outcome was coming.
And listen, I know that we do not want to cause the deaths of people, but this was not that. You did not do this with intention. Just because you missed something, that doesn't mean you did it on purpose.
Okay.
And then kind of keeps a hand on you, but turns to Brian and says, next thing, how are you here?
At the beginning of everything, there was an incredible denseness. And then there was less denseness.
Well, from the moment where you disappeared with Brian.
Oh! That's an entirely different story.
Faster. Yeah, easier.
I recount the fight. I recount getting knocked around so much that my power started failing. And I recount landing on a parallel Earth and living there for an amount of time that I can't really account for, but it seemed like more than a few months at least. And yeah, I told the story. And also how I suddenly felt all my power come back times 10. But also I remember everything Brian has done. Every single Brian that he's taken lives on in us, the ones that are left.
I mean, I'm really fucking glad that you're back.
It's good to see you, pal.
I missed you all.
We missed you for... It's been a long time. Just trying to figure out where you might have gone.
Brian pulls chainsaw in and he just says, hot mustard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is great. I
And
feel like a
then-
tiny little baby.
And
10-foot tall Brian.
yeah. And then he pulls in Kit.
All of them.
Complex layers. Bread baked at uneven degrees for complexity.
Nice. What?
And then pulls in Sapna. Secret ingredients. Wasabi.
And this is Hector.
Brian?
Brian walks over. Hector?
He's a giant wolf. There's only like an inch shorter than you.
Yeah.
Or a foot.
Mm.
Yeah. So, I've heard a lot about you.
He pulled you in very tightly.
Yeah, I can see it be like,
Yeah.
I've heard a...
Yep.
Oh, we're hugging. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for being the friend of my friends when I wasn't here.
You're welcome. Nice to meet you.
That's a good boy.
This is firm.
Oh my god.
There's a buzzing sound, and let's say a pixie flies up, and then enlarges many times. Basically, like Wasp, Ant-Man style,
Mhm.
right? Is in a whole like armored suit that is all kitted out like Brian's super suit, right? It's like Brian as Iron Man armor, but with buzzy wings. Okay.
Brian, man.
Armor. The person lands like as human size, and then looks up at Brian, and the like helmet flips back, and it's a woman, but looks up at like, oh, I didn't know you could, and then gets 10 feet tall. Like, oh, are we 10 feet? Are we just doing this now?
I believe this was a gift from my friend, Kit. Probably won't last forever.
Okay.
I can still see Brian still hugging Hector, and Hector's just like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, there's
Yeah.
a conversation going now, too.
Well, anyway, this woman then like takes a step back. Is like, great. like salutes you.
Mm.
It's like not real sure. Like,
Brian
don't-
kind of like shakes his head. Like,
sorry. Yeah, I don't. Sorry, I'm new. Like she like addresses everybody. Like, sorry, I'm new. To the B team, presumably is what she means. But like,
these are my best friends, which means they
Oh,
are also your best
these
friends.
are that. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's exciting. Yes. Okay. Well, just wanted to let you know the rifts here are closing, so we've pretty much got things sorted out. And if you did need to get these friends away, this is probably a good time. Because you know the other versions are down below, like in the street.
Yes.
So,
Yes, of course.
but she's not going to say that because she also knows that that's a secret, and she knows what you know.
The thing that is happening
Right.
that we were supposed to do
Yes.
has been done,
Yes.
and we can. And he makes like very strange head movements.
And then, but she like mimics, like her body language is
yeah.
so similar
Yeah.
to yours.
Yeah.
I forgot how bad he
Something
was at
huge
keeping
feels
secrets.
horrible to
I know,
Brian.
like,
So, like,
what's happening?
Yeah.
this feels strange. Why can't we just tell the truth all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I mean, I can't think of a reason why. Like, it was more like in the moment.
Yeah.
They needed to not know. You could probably explain some stuff if you wanted to.
Not right now.
Will our memories
Yeah.
all come flooding back?
Well, we'll find
I
out
know.
as somebody explains.
Yeah.
Did we want to get rid of this building? Because I kind of want to blow it up.
There are a lot
Okay.
of
I feel like Dr. Ultra could probably use this for something.
Yeah,
Nah,
it is.
fine.
It is on a space station as well. Like we don't want to damage the space station, so.
Yeah, I guess.
There are actually innocent people who work here.
Yeah.
I thought everyone was leaving the building.
Well, the building, yeah, but like it could do a lot of damage to the station. So.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to kill any more Derricks.
Oh yeah, where's our not clone scientist? I look back. Is he just like in the elevator?
Huh?
Hey, it's
Sounds
okay
like
now.
a light.
Yeah.
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 He's like crouched in the elevator, like I wasn't hiding.
Hiding is a viable option, Mark.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you think so. I wasn't, but if I was, it would be okay.
Totally.
It's fine.
Toxic masculinity has no place here.
You guys did great.
I learned that one from Brad Max.
Mm.
All right. I am gonna be really honest. I don't know what we do next.
Did you
Well,
try to talk to
So,
That's just Kit.
wait, what's this guy's name?
Mark.
Mark. Mark
Yeah.
Zero, presumably, according to him.
And according to Kit's.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yes.
That was confirmed.
We
It was confirmed.
know.
Yes.
I had his blood outside
Yes.
his body.
Yeah, Mark Zero
You're welcome.
says, sees the dead Lindsay and says, oh, she's gonna be mad. Did you get her backups?
No, I think we just kind of
Oh, God.
cut it off a little.
She's
and-
gonna be so mad.
Wait, how many backups does
Oh
she have?
no.
Where are backups?
Well, in the main office,
Where's that?
the interstitial.
Gotta go back there, huh?
Of course we do.
Okay.
Can I blow up that office?
As long as we don't like rearrange interstitial's guts, I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's
Yeah, I mean they've been rearranged a little bit because they made all those like cubicle walls and stuff.
yeah.
But they did say that that is their insides.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
the outerstitial is interstitial's guts.
Let's outer stish. Ready, Mark?
I don't. Why do I? I don't want to go.
I mean, we'll get you back to your dimension in a bit.
Not here though, right?
No,
No.
your original one, but also like you're the only one who knows about like really where the backups are and how many there are, all of that.
Shouldn't have
and-
said anything.
Also, I think
No,
like,
you did the right thing. Let's.
We'll protect you.
He'll protect you.
I'll protect you.
Do you want to be big?
Please don't change me.
We need that as a shirt.
You want to be big? Okay.
Kind of a big deal.
Brian, can you get us there?
I believe I can.
Oh yeah, you can with confidence. Yeah. All right. So the Wasp Brian says, well, I mean, we should probably check in with the moon, and then go.
Yes, Brienne.
Brian. Okay.
Check in with the moon. Is the moon giving you orders?
Yes, I get all of my orders from the moon.
Been
Yeah.
weird places, I guess.
I listen. I'm remembering that sometimes when Brian says something, you don't question it.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, no,
That I heard it
get
right.
you.
All right. We'll just skip ahead a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You make sure the derricks are okay. They're gonna get sorted out. They're having a little like miniature like telepathic connection party of like, oh, you're like me. I'm like you. Oh, you're also like
It's the
me.
Spider-Man joke.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man meme. And they're gonna be fine. They're doing their thing. The problem would be if management returns to Dropner Station, right? Management is currently absent, which is good
Yes.
for the normal people at Rise Corp Dropner Station, right?
Should we contact not Dr. Light,
Ultra.
what's
Dr.
Ultra
Ultra,
here?
yep.
And like, hey, we got an office for you.
Yeah. Also, Bill is here,
Oh yeah.
right? So we need to pick up Bill. So like, there's a few people we can meet up with first, right?
Mhm.
And it occurs to you like, oh, we should tell Dr. Light that Brian is here. So there's a whole, we meet up, the doctors come, Bill comes, we've got, some ketchup, etc. They, Brian, anything you want to establish with Dr. Light, having seen her again? I think Dr. Light does like, oh, good, it's excellent to see you. And like, asks you a couple of cursory questions and then accepts the fact that you're back.
Yeah,
It's-
Brian like is disciplining himself to not pull her into a hug.
She really doesn't like hugs.
Yeah, and he's just like under his breath. I really want to hug you, but I'm not going.
Well, it turns out Dr. Ultra does like hugs.
Okay.
So you can hug her.
Okay.
Hmm.
Lovely.
As a surrogate.
Yeah.
Hugs.
Yeah.
Oh, she's excited to meet you. I mean,
Yeah.
that she was aware of you. you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah.
So,
We'll have like a pleasant exchange. But,
yes.
Yeah.
And then you also meet Bill the robot, who is normally your power armor,
Mm.
but
Through dimensional travel, gain personhood.
yes,
Mm.
yeah. So we'll also say you've returned to human shape. You've returned to your normal size, much to Brienne's disappointment. Like, I thought we were going to be 10 feet tall. Um,
Tall bros.
yeah.
But if Brienne could do it, was that Brienne's normal power?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was the power that Brian didn't get to steal from her.
Mm.
Because she could fly.
Yeah. She has wings. Yeah.
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 That's what I was going to say earlier. I was going, hey, you can fly. That's great.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so anything we want to establish on the space station? Yep. Okay, if you think of something later, we can flash back to it.
Mm. Just keep thinking about that diner.
You need to go back there?
Not yet.
Okay.
Shawarma.
Mm.
The group of you are taken sideways. Dr. Ultra comes along as well because she's like, well, I want to see what happens now. So, yeah, and you find yourselves. I forget what. I mean, all of you have been to the moon base, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you went to explore the black hole.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that black hole still exists. You've gone from space station around a black hole to the Earth's moon that is orbiting the black hole that was the remnant of Earth, right? Which you rescued Black Hole Brian from when Brian came back to try to finish the job, when he realized, like, oh, that guy's probably still alive. I'm going to go get his powers. Okay. But you're here on the moon. Most of the people on the moon were the remnants of this reality's humanity. And they were able to evacuate to the rising star that scintillation operates. And so they all live on that space station now, and spaceship. And just one guy wanted to stay back, Steve, was like, somebody should probably keep the station running. Also, I got all these cats, so I should probably stay. He just wanted to be by himself. He was a hermit and very happy. Like, not like mad that he was with everybody, but like, I kind of want to just do this. I'll make sure the station stays functioning.
When someone
like
just
you-
drops your dream in your lap.
Yeah, it's a utopia that you were like, well, this would never be possible. And then someone's like, it is.
Yeah. So anyway, Steve still has like his whole like section of the space station because there's only like 12 Bryans. So they have a there's like a war room, a central part of the moon base where Bryans have like there's all kinds of stuff set up there. There's also like other halls to like the kitchen and the bunks and the all the Bryans living in harmony here. The Bryans we introduced earlier are here, all of the above. And you are greeted by Black Hole Brian, which is somebody you already knew, but is chosen to remain here and explains, he's still nervous about his powers going out of control, and he's got all these other powers now, and he's just like, I like it here. Me and Steve, we're doing great. I don't bother him. He doesn't bother me. This is fine. So the other thing, when Brian transports you here, you know that you have traveled along the similar path to how Dr. Light's transporters work. It's a little different, sort of texture-wise. It's feels a little different, but you just have to turn and step sideways, and you're where Brian has led you to. There's no like big glowing portal or a flashing teleport or anything like that. It just is a step to the left. Thank you. And a jump to the right. In that moment, you can feel both halves of the interstitial are in trouble. Right? You go through there. It's like, well, normally you could just wade through this river, but suddenly the level, the water is much higher and it's rushing, and it's, that's kind of the best analogy I could give you. Normally this is a nice calm creek, and now it's a rushing river of like intensity of like, oh, this is in danger, right? And you're not sure what that means. Like, what will happen if the interstitials remains in danger? But it is. They are in danger. And you know that you can get around as much as you need to. Your travel does not injure the interstitial the way that Brian's did. That was what your adaptability did. It took that power and it changed it into what it needs to be.
Yes.
And that was something all of you were able to do. So all of the Bryans.
Yes.
And you also, like when you arrive, you have, some of the big screens. You can see your other selves with the damage and all the stuff you had from that day fighting Brian. You can see your old selves like on the streets of Dropner Station and being dragged through to other dimensions, doing all this stuff. And the memories flood back. It's like, just flipped a switch, open the gate, and everything comes back. You remember being dragged around doing all that. So you could deal with that as you will.
I
But
really wish they would stop doing that.
Oh, yeah. So now I'm mourning my friend who's right in front of me. Oh.
I'm not going to scream, but I feel like I feel like I am a person who wouldn't, but also am a person who would, if that makes sense.
you can scream, Heather says. It's like,
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
with
think
Heather.
I want to.
okay.
It's like I now have someone who lives inside me who's much less good at dealing with things.
Mood.
Yeah. Yeah, there's this very fresh
Mhm.
memory of being that person from like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Brian is silent.
You are faced with some unique problems, right? The amount of intel that the B team has been able to gather, you know that the base that Rise Corp Central has set up in the outerstitial has all of these resources. You saw a bunch of it. You saw their offices. You know some of what they have available to them, but they also have some computer resources there. And those are operating at like a supernatural level of computing. They're not normal computers, but they are running backups of several people's consciousness. And it will sort of decant copies of that consciousness into copies of body when they need to. There are like, well, essentially clones, but they're mindless, right? Until you download and, thaw them out. So that's part of what you're dealing with here. Is they moved, like they started with regular clones and then went, okay, how can we make this better? And somebody like Lindsay Lindsay was like, I don't want more copies of me running around. I'm the
I'm
boss.
me.
Yeah. I'm the captain now.
Lindsay Prime.
Yeah. But she wanted backups in case she got killed. So we know that she has that available. So there's
It's like altered carbon kind of vibe.
yeah.
I was going to say
actually, yeah.
sleeves
Yeah,
like
it's
altered
similar
carbon.
to sleeping was something I had in mind. I wasn't sure if everyone had seen that.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So that is their central location. They have that technology from the there was essentially like essence of black hole, whatever that means, was what was in those glass containers, right? When you broke that last one, it scattered you all to different universes. You all had to skip around and deal with that until you could stabilize enough to be brought back. But that was what they needed to make it work in their home dimension, right? Without that, they wouldn't be able to do that. From the outerstitial, they don't need that material. Like the outerstitial is basically made of that, right? And so they can power their transporters or whatever. They can operate fully from there and make that their new home base. It just is not convenient or nice or like home because it's a weird, like non-dimension, right? No one wants to live there, except interstitial because it's his body, their body. There's also evidence that Brian is not strictly stuck in time. You know that your old selves were here in the current time and then went back to where they were supposed to be, having lost 2 weeks. But you spent 2 weeks doing what you had to do, like fighting dark cells and closing rifts and all that kind of stuff. So some of the things we thought were hard and fast laws may not be the case. This is the information you have available to you. What would you like to do?
That part might make me scream, but it's
Heather pulls you in for a big hug. She's also like 4 inches taller,
God, that's hot.
and just
Mm.
like
Mm.
pulls your head into her chest,
Yeah, yeah.
like
Mm-hmm.
not to smother you, but like, you know.
No,
And then
it's
murders you.
Fully goes.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yes.
Brian?
Sapna.
It's your show now.
I don't know what the best decision is. I need to hear from everybody. And if I could, just, I'd like another Brian to kind of chime up and say, that's why you're the leader.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are you two feeling?
So we're going back to where it all started?
What can you clarify what you mean for the GM?
So we can go anywhere in time.
Well, that's not necessarily been stated, but things are not as solid as they seemed.
So can we get to the point where Rise tried to get into the interstitial and sabotage their technology?
Stop them from doing that. That's a good idea. I was gonna say it's easier than kicking them out, but it's also time travel, so maybe not.
Right. If outer stitial rise never got built, what happens to all the stuff that we interacted with?
I feel like 7 faces turn to Dr. Light at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Light is clearly doing some mental calculations. Like her eyes have rolled up in her head. Like you can see the whites of her eyes,
Mm-hmm.
but she's not dying. She's thinking real hard.
Mm.
Yeah.
So she might need a minute.
Mm.
But is the conversation stalled out without her input? Because I really want to know what you all think first.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, go,
And Dr. Ultra says she's listening.
go full Back to the Future too. It's like this is our timeline. We go back, and it creates an alternate timeline. So both things can be true.
More
Yeah.
whiteboard, please. Would it be possible for us to stop the signals and just end all the C Corp?
I mean, if it's really impossible to, or if it would just, break reality more to stop them from setting up camp in interstitial.
But if we go to interstitial and stop their machine to stop giving them the signal, we already saw what happened to Lindsay.
That could shut everything down.
And then we have some super smart people that could probably handle it.
Right.
Like say the doctors.
I mean, if we could stop any of this from happening, I don't think that's a bad idea. I just, maybe we should go into that being aware that that might fuck with us and see if that's a sacrifice we're willing to potentially make.
If for me, yes. I know that when you hold up everything here, like, yes, everything that we built was so amazing. But if I had to sacrifice even, you know what? Let me just put it bluntly. I would give up all this power not to have 2 evil fuckers living in my head.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
I loved my job.
I loved fishing.
Hector, I think that you're probably the one who's going to lose the most out of any of us.
be nice not to constantly police myself.
All right.
So, Dr. Light returns and says, okay, I think I've done some calculations, but I want to make sure we're connecting all the dots because there are multiple options here. We could clear out the Rise influence and go to their previous main office, the space station, and make sure they can't leave the dimension again. However, I do think that would require some killing because some people who know how to do it are going to know how to do it. And either we have to shut down that station or their ability or whatever, like something would have to be done to permanently remove the ability to travel between dimensions because they will develop that again. I'm certain.
Put my hands over Mark's ears.
Oh. Yes.
Um,
Paying very close attention to what's
Yeah.
happening.
you know who brought them that technology?
Who?
E. Brian.
This
That's when
was-
it all changed for them.
This was my next thought, was they would not have had that ability had not Brian been punching around through dimensions. Breaking things open in a way that we weren't familiar with, and then crashing through the multiverse until he finally left a clue on the wrong person's doorstep.
So, go back and turn down Brian before he ever gets the chance to do any of this?
That is another thing to think about. However, there's no escaping the concerns of paradox. I assume everyone's familiar with this conceptually. Dr. Light is asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Saw the
but
book.
please explain it to our team.
Of course, all of us get this.
Yeah, I think Mark needs this.
So, this is a theory that I cannot extrapolate on because it's, to my knowledge, never been done. If you go back and change something, you no longer have a reason to go back and change it. So, did you change it? I don't know the answer to that. But most theories suggest you simply can't. The universe will prevent you. But any of the laws I'm familiar with seem to be on hold at best in the interstitial. So, I hope you can imagine how much it hurts me to say this, but I just don't know what will happen.
They're on
And
hold in the interstitial?
well, a lot of the things we take for granted as laws of physics and rules otherwise don't necessarily apply in the interstitial. The interstitial also never indicated that it was able to traverse the boundaries of time.
Yeah, I
But
really
it
wish we could talk.
Apparently chose to, based on what you're telling me now, that you were prevented from remembering. But at least 4 of you have traveled through time already and done something about it.
Yeah.
Now, in that case, Paradox says, moving forward is often less bad than moving back because you can't undo something that made you do the thing. But I don't know. Now, alternatively, we can stay the course, route out the outer stitial, get rid of the people in there, and get rid of their ability to replicate it. Those seem like equally valid plans to me. I know how to do one of them. I don't know what will happen if we do the other one. I'm not saying don't do it, because
Hang on.
if we turn down Brian early enough, Brian, the people from,
Yeah.
she kind of gestures her head at Black Hole Brian's. Black Hole Brian is busy doing something
Yeah.
and not super paying attention. There's a whole planet that she doesn't say it, but
And we never get powers.
And we never meet you.
and yeah. We have to think about what that would mean.
What if we just intercepted him in the interstitial on his way to our planet for the first time, or our dimension?
But is that the right thing?
I mean, I'm so selfish. I don't.
Doctor, do you have a figure of how many Brians were in the multiverses before the incidents occurred?
Not precisely, but we know that most people will have anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 alternates that are close enough to themselves that we would consider them alternates.
There are 16 of us left. Every Brian that is lost not only to the universe, but to the world they belong to. The world they were on suffered because that Brian existed, because of one madman. I'm willing to live out the rest of my days carrying these memories, these atrocities, so that they don't get repeated. But if we can make it so they never happened, then I can't sit still. Tony would never let me. And at that, a lot of the other Brians kind of start nodding.
Kid's nodding too, but like, you know, their eyes are hazy a bit with tears as they're reckoning with all of this.
Yeah.
And that's only the Brians. E. Brian empowered other people to do the same. 2 times all the others.
But, and Dr. Light says, we don't totally know what will happen if you attempt it.
But these are the things that could. That it might cost us everything. Like, without powers, I don't know. Like, I've been a hero, with that little lull in the middle. Like, but even then, I was running around kind of incognito. I don't know who I am. If I'm not saving people, I don't.
You are strong and honest, and you don't take bullshit from anybody, least of which from yourself.
Yeah.
That's the chainsaw I know. That's the chainsaw that I've always known, no matter what name you've gone under.
Oh, yeah. No, don't get me wrong. Everything I do, every choice I make is to protect. I'm in. But I just wanted to voice out loud the cost.
My life has been a duty to service to save people. I've not necessarily gone on about it the best way sometimes. But I think if we can bring back a planet of people, of innocent people that were just killed for nothing, I don't mind being just Hector who likes tacos on a planet that probably does something else.
Gotta try.
And everyone on our planet will have not had superpowers.
Yeah.
And it may not be possible. But Hector, Brian, it's a whole planet worth of people we can save.
Potential.
It may not be possible. But who the fuck are we if we don't try?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Council of Brians will meet and deliberate. Oh, they've just finished. Yes, we're in. We are in.
And in the 7th minute, the rise from the Tony
Yeah.
torpedo.
Oh my
Yeah.
We all agreed at the start, and then it took the rest of the 7 minutes to make the torpedoes.
Yeah. All right. So the Doctor's Light are like the idea of time travel and paradox is like too enticing. Like there is an argument about like, but I like having superpower. You know, Dr. Light likes being a super genius. You know, but is also a the kind of person who like, oh, we could save 8 billion people, like who did nothing wrong. Well, some of them.
It's a pretty good record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, what do you want to do if we're able to get, like, what moment do you want? What do you want to do when you get there?
I mean, if laws work differently in the interstitial, then no matter what time we go into, we need to bring him into the interstitial to do whatever we're gonna do, right?
Yeah.
This is for the nerds.
If we pluck him out or pluck him in, whatever.
Yeah.
The first time he punches through.
We gotta find that, but I think we can.
If we can, yeah.
I mean, you have the documents from, what was it, Green World that he came out of originally, and like that Dr. Light was working with him originally
Yeah.
to see like, oh, hey, let's figure out
Yeah.
interdimensional travel.
Okay.
Because that world had superpowers already. So, and then this guy was able to punch through worlds, and
But it'll be pre getting all of his powers, so he'll just be a puncher.
yes, he would just have
That'll be
that
good.
that one, and he was strong and tough, but not what he eventually became.
Right.
With all of you now, like it's not going to be much of a challenge, really. But you have essentially an exact date and time,
Okay.
if that's the moment that you want.
I remember being him enough to know that if he knew some power was taken from him, he would never stop. He can't know what he would become.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go to that moment. Bring him here. Turn him off. Good?
And then send him home.
Yeah.
I mean, he was already living in the interstitial before this. Why change that?
No,
at
he
this
was passing
point-
thring.
At this
No, I
point,
mean
he
after-
would
No,
have been
after
on
we
green.
captured
After we turned down his
Oh.
powers, we were like, oh, he stays as a prisoner inside the interstitial. I don't see any reason why that needed to change. As long as
Well,
interstitial comes
because
back.
then
The Brian you're capturing has not committed a crime.
we just send him back. And it's a failed experiment.
And the experiment took his powers.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is for the nerds. Is us turning his power off what's going to trigger the paradox?
If there is a paradox, yes.
But it won't trigger until we're back outside the interstitial.
Or when we take him? Why don't we just turn him off at the planet?
Because he had already killed so
He-
many people by then.
We're hoping that if we do it in the interstitial,
you
the
mean
paradox won't be.
Wait,
as-
which planet do you mean?
Green.
Oh,
Right.
before
His
he
home
leaves
planet.
the first time.
Right.
So he's like, hey, I got this super punch.
Yeah.
Quah! And it's like, no, not really.
My worry is that, as Dr. Light said, if we do it outside of the interstitial, the paradox will trigger and we'll never have needed to do it in the first place. Maybe if we do it inside the interstitial, it'll actually stick.
Mm-hmm.
And we send him back.
We can send it back.
Maybe with a little brain blip. We've done it to us a couple times. Why not?
Mm-hmm. All right. Fuck. I love all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every last one of you.
That goes for every single Brian in this room.
Yeah, yes.
I'm hungry.
I think Kit also goes to Heather and is like, and if we never meet or know each other,
She does not let you finish that sentence and is kissing you already.
Yeah.
So
mhm.
that's not in a like we can't do this, but like we're gonna do
Yeah,
it. Like
yeah.
yeah.
And I'm a better person for having known you.
I know.
I mean, it is kind of obvious.
I'll find you again.
Yeah, Dr. Light perks up like, well, yeah, we developed good interdimensional travel. Maybe we'll get there again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like for a team, I was like, yeah, probably.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Ah, I love it.
Okay.
There's a chain of bro handshakes and hugs going throughout the Brian.
Yeah.
Just like 45 people
Yeah.
pressing the crying face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop crowding Brian Max. All right. Is there any final words or goodbyes as anyone wants to do before we do this?
Rosalinda gets a text,
Mm-hmm.
and it says, "Might fuck up the time stream."
The good news is either you'll be able to explain or won't have to.
Yeah.
So
I love you. Thank you, and then that's it.
Vince gets a text from Brian. It was Rosemary. It was always Rosemary.
oh, the Vince just has like unknown number. Like, oh, I should try Rosemary. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let's do this.
So it sounds like we need to visit Interstitial, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I guess there's 6 of you, right? We don't have to bring the whole B team for this. They've been out there like trying to close rifts for a
Yeah.
long time, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that Brian started and Rise Corp Central made worse.
Yeah.
These rifts were opening up, and
They might all want to head back to their homes.
Yeah, they probably have like their own closures to do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because they may keep their powers, but not that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hector, Bill, what do you want to do?
I don't think it's gonna matter because I'm not gonna be a person anymore.
Can't you stay here or something? Maybe avoid it?
Well, where do you mean?
Interstitial?
Be outside of the reset.
What would I do?
Be you?
I don't know who I am without all of you.
Same.
Forge your own path.
Okay. So we will adjourn we arrive in the interstitial. With Brian's help, you're able to make sure you arrive in the interstitial and not the outerstitial.
Helpful.
And a strikingly handsome androgynous Pedro Pascal type is waiting for you.
I hug them.
They stand there like, oh, it like takes a like 2 count of like, Oh, hugs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and gives a very like robotic hug,
Mhm.
but you know,
Do not care. We've just
Doesn't
not
collapse
seen them
the
for
shoulders.
so long.
yeah.
Interstitial like tactile interaction. Weird.
Oh my god. Okay. Hi.
Yeah. Yes.
Welcome back.
I'm limited commentary.
Okay.
Does interstitial look sickly?
Like, it's actually hard to describe why.
Right.
Pale? Well,
Yeah.
looks like white plastic. So, but it's a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like hunched over or, whatever, but something's not right,
Mhm.
So one option is clear out the interstitial, clean all that out, get people out of there and hopefully remove their ability to travel again. This other option, like, it's clear they can barely entertain the thought, let alone talk to you about it, about what you're thinking about doing. Okay? So the one thing they say is, well, what you're probably wanting to ask, you've only been moving front to back. If you move side to side, then you can then pick your front to back.
Okay.
I'd say okay. It doesn't make any sense, but whatever, it's fine.
Anyone
Makes a little
understand that?
sense this time. Yeah. I can't
I don't know what
explain
that
it.
means.
But
And then says, I don't know what happens after that.
yeah.
There's only, as far as I know,
Zool.
only ever been one version of me.
Okay. Let's hope we don't break the whole universe. More.
There are so many.
Yeah. I meant you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. You wanna
Um,
take us out.
just so I've said it, and they're speaking slowly because they're trying very hard to speak in a normal,
Yeah.
straightforward sentence. I am sorry for change altering your memories. I had to.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Yeah. You did the
Good.
right thing.
okay.
I'm speaking for myself.
Never again without my permission.
But did
Gamut.
that one time.
Okay. Okay. I can't be involved. And just takes like one big step backwards away from your group, but doesn't go anywhere and doesn't turn away or do
Mhm.
anything. They just take one big step backward and then stop talking.
Okay.
Hmm.
Wanna,
NPC status.
yeah, sing us out, Brian? As in, take us to where we need to go.
I'll need us all to get very close and hold each other and never let go.
And out of character, so I'm also making sure I understand everything. Dr. Light has gone back. Dr. Ultra has gone back. The Bryans have all gone to their worlds. Bill is with you.
Mm-hmm.
Heather is with you. So it's the 7 of you,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
We're all thinking imagining the same thing. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
great. So, Brian, when you focus on this intention, it was a sort of thing where like, oh, this feels dangerous. Don't do that. Like, don't stick your hand in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Also, don't move sideways in the
Mhm,
interstitial.
mhm.
That's a weird thing to do.
Right.
You've done it a couple times because you had to. It's dangerous. You're brave. You did the dangerous thing. Now it's like, I have to do the dangerous thing and
Yeah.
just see what happens.
Yeah, and everyone I love is right here with me.
Yes.
All in a scrum moving.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, when you focus on it, you all feel this just leftward movement. And there's a moment where you're all in this white space together, right? and you see in reverse the former group of you arrive in the interstitial
Oh,
facing
cool.
away from you,
Mm.
right? And they're talking to interstitial, like there's, all this stuff is happening in, in like rewind speed. And even beyond that then. And we're going to Green World? Or
Mhm.
We're going to the moment where E-Brain first punched into the interstitial.
I thought we were doing it like basically when he recognizes his power.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like
So are we intercepting his punch through, or
Yeah.
no,
He'll
like
need
when
to
he's-
punch something that can take the hit.
No, but I thought because we know he has the power, we just need to find him before he ever does it and turn him down.
Mhm.
Right.
And I think our meeting was like, if we do it in the time of the test trials, then they'll just be like, oh, the trial failed. You know,
Right.
so
Oh,
we
this
want to
doesn't
kind
actually
of
work.
build that
Yeah,
narrative
right.
It'd
as
be a
well.
sunk cost. It would cost more to keep developing this.
Right.
yeah? Well, if we don't do it actually, okay. So we're gonna pull him from that moment into the interstitial.
I mean, he punches through the interstitial, so catch him as he goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's never been to the interstitial until, recently.
Right.
He always went, like, just skipped over it,
Right through it, yeah.
which was kind of the problem with what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going into the Green World. We're catching. Well, so that would mean he had a successful test
Yeah, we want to do
from
it
Dr.
before the
Green's point
test.
of view.
That he has disappeared from Dr. Green's POV
And then reappears.
and then reappears,
No powers.
but it burns him out.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we all on the same page with that?
Right?
Yeah,
Like we're
yeah.
talking about the same thing.
Okay. And we're doing this from within the interstitial. We're
Kind of like
catching him.
grabbing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I feel like there should be some component of a die roll with this.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot at stake. Don't know what to roll.
I feel like it would
Maybe-
have to be something with Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. I've got it.
Okay.
You can only have 10 dice in a roll.
Huh.
Everybody roll 2 dice.
Oh.
And is it everyone together or
Yeah,
dice?
this
Okay.
is one roll.
I love that.
Ooh,
We
they
all have
rolled-
to do it together. Oh!
Hold on. No. This is a pool. Keep what you rolled.
Okay.
All right?
Mine's shitty.
Okay, I'm doing okay.
Hold on. Now, don't say anything out loud. Enge, what numbers did you roll?
07.
10 and 7. Yeah.
And 10.
Yeah.
What did you get?
4 and a 3.
And 3. Sarah.
10 and 9.
Okay,
So
almost
we got a
there.
match.
Almost there.
9 and 2.
2 matches?
I'll explain exactly what's in my head in a moment.
And a 9 and an 8.
Yeah. There we go.
That is, in fact, what we need. I think it's going to make sense, actually. I think you're going to like this.
That was so
So,
cool.
I wanted to treat this like kind of like a multi-action, okay? Of like catch and then I don't know. There was just a lot happening all at
Yeah.
once. I wanted to make sure we had 2 really good pairs. 2 10s and 3 9s feels like the right thing.
Mhm.
So, I hope you didn't mind doing it that way.
That was great.
That's fun.
Awesome.
That's fun.
Like, no willpower,
Yeah.
no wiggle dice, just what do the dice want to do in this situation?
Mhm.
So I'm open to negotiations on this, but here is how I imagined this going. You receive him. He's like, oh, I'm gonna fight you. Like, no. Like you turn.
Yeah, I just
right?
like put a hand on his cheek and just
Right.
turn it all down.
You're prepared. You're also individually, like each one of you is 5 times as powerful as he is,
Mhm.
right? Just with all of the stuff you can do. But you turn it down and send it back.
Wipe his memory of what just happened.
The interstitial does that.
Okay.
That's the one thing, that's the only way they can be involved, is to do that part. Because it's frequently met people from different dimensions, and
Mhm.
it can't let them remember, right?
Sure.
Like, 'cause it's complicated. So, that's a whole thing.
Mhm.
But the instant that you send him back, you feel your powers drain away. And you feel it because you remember having them. And to whatever degree you want to react to this, you are flooded with an entire second channel of memories. And you have 2 streams of life that you've lived over the last 2 years. In fact, one of them is too many years, because one of them involved being stuck in orbit around a black hole and does not match up to the amount of time since when you started.
But the last 2 years, 20 years, because
Well, oh yeah, all of the
Powers
above.
and-
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, 20 years. Thank you. So all of that. You have the memories of both worlds, both timelines, I should say. So, Chainsaw, what have you been up to? They recruited you from a government office to be a superhero in 2003. No, they didn't.
No. 'Cause Chainsaw was a young, basically indie superhero at the time, and basically started out as, like a teen, and instead, since powers didn't show up, became a firefighter,
Ah, I love that.
and but he loves motorcycles.
Yeah.
And he loves taking trips, and sometimes just on, alone. And one day he's tooling on his Harley, and he's feeling hungry, and he sees a diner.
Okay.
He walks in, and you know who's in that diner.
Yeah.
'Cause it's in Texas.
Yeah. Hector, what did you do instead of get recruited into the Telepath Corps?
He still went into the military because he went in before he got powers.
Yep.
I could see him just do like a 4 to 8 year stint
Sure.
of being a cook. And then when he gets out, he goes and takes over his family's restaurant.
Oh yeah. That's
And
great.
he keeps like an ofrenda for Rosalinda.
Well, didn't you have Rosalinda before you went to the military?
No. It was during when he was in the military. I think.
I thought it was okay. So now I genuinely thought it was before you went, like whatever your 3-letter program was, which means it would be before you had powers.
Because she's older than.
She's 20. She was 20.
Yeah. So she's before powers.
Mm-hmm.
So that story wouldn't have changed.
Okay. Well
Yeah.
then,
Maybe you got a call on base. Honey, it's good news.
It's a girl.
yeah. And I think that's probably another reason why he left the military.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, let's go
Okay.
do the stuff at home.
Gonna finish this tour
Mhm.
and go home.
Yeah.
Okay. Kit?
They didn't get their powers until they were like 19 or so. So a lot of their early life is very, very similar. Growing up in a very small town to a very average to below average income family, getting the chance to better their life and taking it, and then heading out to Seattle to complete their residency. The thing that's changed is that when they got their powers in college, they kind of became a person apart. They became someone who was someone who used to be very popular and in with people and knew how to work and talk with people, and someone who just didn't interact with others. And so spooling in front of them is this memory of still doing well in school, still making it through, but also filled with light and friendship and community in a way that they had never had before joining this group.
If I recall, like starting in 2003, Kit was also super into like following superhero
Yeah,
news
yeah.
and like all that. And like,
100%.
is Kit still like a comic book nerd?
Huge comic book
Okay.
nerd. Yeah.
That's cool.
And the last big change is that now they're at Green Lake Hospital, trying to build up the courage to ask out the pretty girl in pediatrics. They have that memory while Heather is right in front of them. And they also just stand there for a moment and then laugh a little and say, "It's so quiet," and then start.
Yeah. Joe?
I'd like to gauge how we're feeling. Are we feeling okay with a really sad ending, or are we wanting like a happy ending? How are we feeling?
I think it's very bittersweet. You
Yeah.
know? Like
Mhm.
it's
Okay.
like this
Yeah.
is a big loss.
You have
Yeah.
both memories. So, I mean,
Well, I
it's-
have two ideas for Brian's epilogue. So
Okay.
one's really sad, and
What-
the other one is more optimistic.
okay.
Optimistic.
Yeah,
okay.
I would.
Yeah.
Let's try optimistic.
Okay,
I mean,
let's do that.
Have the sad
We-
one on the Patreon.
We zoom in on what looks like a framed photo. It's a photo of like a arcade pizza place. It's called Tony's. It's like a cyberpunky world. But this is a photo of a place, and there's written in marker on the side, "In loving memory of my son, Brian." And then we zoom out, and it's a picture being held up by Vince, who has photoshopped an old photo and is teasing Brian. That's what it would look like if you died. I would use this photo. Check it out. I made it on the computer.
I love it. Okay, that's great.
Knock it off, Vince.
It's not funny.
I'm alive.
And Vince punches me in the shoulder. It's like, ow! That hurt! He's not your dad. Well, but he's raising me. Ha ha. And that's that. Yeah, that's Brian.
Sapna?
Sapna still goes down that path. Maybe not in with the best crowd, but without all the superpowers, gets picked up pretty quickly. Turns out they're not so sneaky. Not so sneaky. But as part of the community rehabilitation, gets placed with a mentor who runs a local club in Seattle.
Like a nightclub?
Yeah, like a music club.
Mm-hmm.
And ends up falling in love with music and starts their own band and actually puts themselves out there and is the lead singer of an alt metal band
I
with
was always picturing them as like a DJ. With like the one up and then like scratching and like all that. Like, but
in a different life.
Yeah, that's fine.
And eventually like uses what success that they had to push up local bands.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a 20-year career since you got out of rehabilitation and,
And they still live in that apartment.
with the neighbors, you actually can hear through the walls.
I can hear a little bit, But
The
but
microphones help.
instead of like going up and eavesdropping on all their neighbors, there's actually like just like 6 people who constantly come over, and they have like they'll eat a meal about like once weekly, and like everybody, it's a big potluck thing for the building, and then all the tea is spilled
Yes.
at this. So still up
Life
on all the
finds a
gossip.
way.
But I think that through all of it, like, they keep in touch with Hector when he comes home,
Mm-hmm.
and just feels like, oh, I guess I'm gonna be that auntie to Rosalinda,
Mm-hmm.
but still just lives alone.
And when it gets to a particular day in 2023, living these lives you've described, we're going to just leave the interstitial behind. You find yourself living your life, and an entire different 20 years of memory slams into your mind, doing whatever it is you're doing right now.
Backyard barbecue. Married to Dallas. Tons of kids from the community, as well as some they've adopted themselves. And also, like, a gang of rescue dogs.
Yeah.
But big community.
So,
I think Hector is probably like at the grill or doing something at the restaurant. And I think he's pudgier, like definitely has dad bod. He thinks, man, I used to work out a lot, I guess. And just kind of like sits there for a moment, looks over to Rosalinda, who's cooking, just like shakes his head and like definitely in disbelief, because it's like seeing a lot of things that like are horrible. And I think he just goes and sits down with like a beer, just like,
that's a fair response, I think.
yeah, I don't think like I think if Sapna or anybody were to see him, like he's definitely like shook, like to his core, because it's just like the polar opposite of the like more simple life that he lived. Yeah.
Kit's about to wrap up a 20-hour shift when all of this memory hits them like a truck. And the first thing they do, like with shaking hands, is take out their phone and call Heather.
Yeah.
Second thing they do immediately after that is scour the internet until they are able to find and make a second call to Sapna.
Okay.
The metalloids have invaded. Brian's playing a video game.
Yeah.
And it's a game that's at the Tonys, and suddenly he freezes. It all comes back familiar but strange. But also it hits him different because he knows he's never going to see them again. It is so unfair to suddenly remember everyone you love and in the same moment have them be taken away again. And he sits with that. And years later, something happens when people go through very intense emotions or live through certain experiences. It can activate certain kinds of resilience inside a person. Habitat H has always been a place where people get sick. It's where poor people live because they can't afford to get the immune boosting genetic treatments they have in the cyberpunk world. But one man seems to have naturally generated an immunity, and it's rocking the world.
Mhm.
That man, John Bryan.
Okay. I do like the idea of the mentor being Rose.
It is
Sapna?
cool. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
There's actually like a PR company that Rose and Lance run together because Green Streak doesn't exist anymore.
Amazing.
But they're buddies. They're not dating, but they're, Yeah.
it's I was their partner from the PR firm before.
Yeah.
Lance Stem.
Oh, and I was thinking of Green Streak's name.
Oh, that
Was-
wasn't that Atticus?
Atticus. You're right.
Mm.
Atticus.
Yeah.
Atticus. Yes.
Sapna is in, like, on top of a step stool, fixing the wiring to some speaker at the club, and is, like, just rocked. Like, looks at the speaker, looks at the wires, and there's a moment where they just try to, like, they're like, do the thing. No, that's not how. And, like, steps down and realizes like the enormity of everything. And there's just a moment where it's like, I'm still a better person for having known you. Even if you can't hear me say it anymore. And then their phone rings.
Mm-hmm.
And they like go to take it out of their pocket, like kind of like it's like,
Mm.
oh, what the fuck? And unknown number, and answers the call.
And it's kid on the other end asking you to coffee.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
Can I have just one last little sprinkling of something?
I've got some stuff too. But
Okay.
what do you
One
need?
very quick.
Yeah.
Every morning, Brian goes up to the roof to watch the sunrise because his father has always told him, you know, in Habitat H, if you can't see the sun in the morning, that means the radiation clouds are too thick. It's going to be a bad day.
Mm.
So every morning, you make sure you wake up and you know what kind of day you're getting into. You
Mhm.
make the right preparation and you survive, son. You survive. And every morning, Brian goes up to the same roof and watches the sunrise and thinks about his friends. And he says, because he still thinks Sapna can hear him, I love you.
It's beautiful. For Bill's sake, Bill has, and this is something I guess really none of you know, but Bill asked Interstitial if he could stay there, and he has. And maybe we'll find out someday what he's been up to. He stays, and he's still a person.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
The most important.
But I have a couple little things to add to your stories.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Chances are you don't notice it at the cookout. There was a moment where you dropped the spatula
Mm-hmm.
and you thought, well, I got it. I'm that fast. I'm like a ninja. I don't know if you, Enge, have ever dropped something and felt proud of yourself for catching it.
Oh, like 1,000
Yeah.
times, yeah.
But the camera sees it stopped falling
Mm.
long enough for you to grab it. Hector, you were about to walk out into the street when you knew you could hear the person say, please, nobody step out, nobody step out. because they're driving their pregnant wife to the hospital and they're going to run this light. And there's nobody else around.
Mm-hmm.
So it's relatively safe. But they're just praying, like, please don't step out in the street. And you don't. And this car that you did not see coming. It was just a feeling, right? You didn't read their mind. You just had a feeling. I'm not going to step out. Kid, you've never lost somebody on the table. No one has a record like that. Brian, not only are you not getting sick, people in your building aren't getting sick either. And Sapna, when you turn to answer your phone, those wires you were trying to fix, the last little clip we get, those wires twitch. And we roll credits.
Fuck.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for all 34 sessions of Pinnacles here on Happy Jacks RPG. That is a wrap for us. You can find the whole series at happyjacks.org/pinnacles. Happyjacks.org/shows has everything we've ever done. I've got to thank our chat mods through all this time as well. Like, woo! This was really fun to get to do. We couldn't have done it live without you, and it's so much more fun to get to do it live. Our Patreons let us pick whatever weird game systems we want to play and mod them and not feel bad about it. Like, thank you. Thank you for letting us do that. And I have to thank my cast for doing this fucking weird experiment with me, and it really meant a lot to get to do this with you. So thank you. I don't know what to say. I am moved. There really was multiple ways for this to close, and this was one that I don't know. I really thank you for this. Also, be sure
you.
We will have I don't want to call it a postmortem, but a wrap up show where we actually talk about more about like how we felt about the seasons and the episodes and all that. So we'll have one of those that we post to the Patreon, I think. So hope you'll join us for that. That'll probably be in the next month or so. Let's go around the table one last time. Pooja?
Hello, I am Pooja, and I have had the great joy of playing Sapna Nath, they of the sonic powers and tech powers and very briefly vampire powers.
Just a nice end cap.
Hello and goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking with the show. It was such an honor to be in the first season and now the final season. It's great to see everybody at the table. And keep watching the network for more shows. This is such a great place to be as a player and performer. Hope to see you in some way in the future. But if not, keep watching the sunrise.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I've been playing Kit, the biokineticist, and the lightning zapper, and the flyer, and I'm not crying. You're crying.
Yep.
Shut up.
My
I'm
name
gonna
is
go home and just stop like a little baby. I don't know what you're talking about.
My name is Eli. Thank this table for being amazing. I had a lot of what's that shit called when you're like you're not as good as you think you are?
Oh,
Imposter
Imposter
syndrome?
syndrome.
Oh, right.
We all said that
Fuck
immediately.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Intimately familiar with
yeah.
that feeling.
Yeah, especially after listening to how superb the first season was, and hopefully I lived up to that. Just want to thank Jason for this amazing game. It's such a great time, so creative and just amazing. And then final props to Kimi for allowing me to do crazy shit in role-playing games.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Enge. I played Chainsaw amongst all the other names that he had. You can find me on the internet at John Enge, JONENGE. ENGE, yeah, that's how you spell my name. .card.co. Tomorrow, I launch my Dungeoneer web series. That's Monday, April 15th, and I'm going to be doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, first 3 videos, and then once a week until we hit 10, and then I'm going to take a couple weeks, get caught up, and then, like, you know, keep doing that. Also, you can find me here Thursday night from 7 to 10 p.m. For Aldgate Adventures. We've pushed back our start date because we had a...
When will Alpha Sorcerer be introduced?
A lot sooner than I had planned. But yeah, thanks everybody. This is a wonderful table and like one of my first certainly my first long time streaming thing. And I love you all. And like, I'm just so happy to have been my intro to this. And Jason, you're the best.
You're the best.
Love you all.
Best.
I am Jason, as Enge pointed out. You can follow me on Twitch and Twitter at It's Probably Okay. I do stream on my own channel there, and I mean, whatever happens next on Happy Jacks, there's all kinds of stuff happening. Really excited that Demigods is going out into the world. People are like posting, like, I got my book. I'm like so excited that they're excited, and I am going to be submitting it for the Ennies.
Yeah.
So hopefully, well, yeah, I just need to do some paperwork, and then you'll be seeing me post online about begging for your votes. Because I have to get nominated first, and then if I get nominated, but anyway, cross all of your fingers for that, please. But honestly, getting to do this and like Kimi giving us like. I was like, Kimi, what if we did a weird long episode? And I know Happy Jacks has done long form stuff in the past, but it's just been a long time since we have. And I was real excited I got to do it with you all. So thank you for doing this experiment.
And we'll
with
be
me.
back next week.
No, this is truly our finale. Shit, there was something else I was going to say too. But, I know. Please join us on our Discord, happyjacksrpg/Discord. You can ask us questions about stuff. Just check in. We have a really nice community. Like every other month, we have a game days. And
May.
May 18th is the next one. You can sign up for games. You can run games. It's just a super cool community that cares about safety tools and all the things that we talk about here. So hope to see you there. And I think that's all the news fit to print. So,
As they say.
all right. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.